Work.
Okay, you're live.
You guys are ready. I'm ready.
For them to grab a person so that we're not waiting. Keep in mind when it goes live, it might be really hot. And
Okay, you're live.
You guys are ready. I'm ready.
we should take a sign.
On the record, are we going? All right. Good morning, everybody. It is a little after 9 o'clock in the morning. Today is January 28th, 2021. I'd like to call to order the Code Enforcement Special Magistrate hearing for the City of Lake Worth Beach. My name is Keith Davis. I'm the Special Magistrate appointed by the city to preside over today's agenda. We are back after quite a long hiatus due to COVID, and the process today is going to be a little different than we've had in the past. So everyone's going to kind of need to bear with us as we will be taking each case, and the folks will be coming in one at a time, and we'll have to swear everybody in as we go. I guess to the extent that we have folks, city staff that's here that will be testifying today, let me go ahead and swear everybody in who's in the room at this point in time. If you're going to be testifying, if you'll stand and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and have a seat. So do we have, I guess, respondents who are going to come in one at a time who've signed up? And that's the first thing we're going to take?
Yes. Are they here?
3 minutes.
They're not. Okay, give me one moment. They went to get coffee.
Okay, then go to the next person.
So Jeremy, we're going to do 1025. We're going to go to page 12, item number 31. Case number 20-2471. Property address is 1025 North M Street. Property owner is James and Bonnie Tiet. Building inspector, Jeremy Scott.
And I think one also.
And special magistrate, after he presents his case, we have another one on this property with code officer Thomas.
Okay.
You go, sir. I don't believe they're showing up.
Oh, the respondent's not here for this one?
Yeah, from my understanding from Deanna Thomas.
Okay,
No, there's
why don't you go ahead
on this one,
and,
but building has to go first.
okay, go ahead. I'm ready.
All right, it's case number 20-2471, James and Bonnie Teed, 1025 North Dime Street, Lakewood Beach, Florida.
Sarah, you need to speak up a little bit. Because it's for the.
All right. Case number 20-2471, James and Bonnie Teed. Location address is 1025 North M Street. Section 23-2-21, failure to obtain building permits before starting construction. Must obtain permits for all trades, obtain all required inspections, and close permits. We issued a courtesy notice for the violation hearing on 10/27/2020. We re-inspected and they were still in non-compliance as of 1/26/21. Issued a formal notice of violation hearing by certified mail at 10/31/2020. They received that 10/31/2020. Property was re-inspected on 1/8/2021 as well as 1/27/21, still to be found in non-compliance. You have the photographs of the property. I didn't have any contact with the owner. Recommendation time for corrections is 4/28/21, a fine of $150 per day. Administrative costs of $425.29 or $548.43 to be paid. Okay, correction, 425.29 to be paid by 4/28/2021.
All right, and the respondent is not present, but based on the testimony and the documentation in the file, I will find that the city has proper notice. The work in this case was all of the improvements that are shown in the photographs, the windows and doors and
That's correct. Driveway siding.
siding as well, and the driveway. Okay. Then based on that testimony and the evidence, I will find that the property remains in violation as cited. I will accept the city's recommendation. I'll allow the respondent until April 28th of 2021 to bring the outstanding violations into compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. City is also awarded its administrative costs of $425.29, which are also due and payable no later than April 28th, 2021.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to call the code officer's case for the same address. It's on page 9. Item 23, case number 19-3977. Property address is 1025 North M Street. Property owner is James and Bonnie Tiet. Officer Thomas.
Thank you.
Officer Thomas,
No, not yet.
Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Officer Thomas, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance, case number 19-3977, James and Bonnie Teet, 1025 North M Street, Lake Worth Beach, Florida, 33460. The violations on this property are as follows. LWCZ 23.4-10, parking on lawns prohibited. That has been complied. LWCO 23.6-1, landscaping, that is not in compliance. LWCO 2-75.6.2 for peeling paint on structure, that has been complied. LWCO 23.4-19, outdoor storage for miscellaneous equipment and all items in the rear yard, that is not in compliance. LWCO 12-17, storage of refuse containers, that is not in compliance. LWCO 15-39, inoperable vehicles registration not current, that is not in compliance. Those vehicles are parked on the rear of the yard. LWCO 23.4-11, parking storing of boat and trailer not screened from abutting properties. That is not in compliance. That is on the rear of the property as well. LWCO 14-32, business license required for rental. That's on the rear structure. They rent the rear. There's a separate structure on the rear of the property and they rent that. LWCO 14-35, use and occupancy inspection for rental. That is not in compliance as well. Issued a formal notice of violation hearing on 9/23/2020. The certified mail was returned on 11/20/2020. Certified, the property was posted on 1/12/2021. The compliance extension has been given from 4/30/2020 to 1/28/2021 due to COVID-19. Property was re-inspected on originally 11/6/2019, 11/18/2019, 1/14/2020, 2/20/2020, 7/6/2020, 8/7/2020, 9/4/2020, 10/5/2020, 11/16/2020, 1/5/2021, and 1/22/2021. Photographs of the property have been taken and they are in the file for your review. I did have personal contact with the owner in person and via phone calls, and he did tell me he would not be here today. The recommendation time is April 28th, 2021, or a fine of $150 per day with administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by April 28th, 2021.
All right, thank you. I have heard the testimony and reviewed the file. I do find proper notice, even though the respondent is not present today. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find that the property remains in violation as cited, with the exception of City Code Sections 2-75.6.2 and the Zoning Code 23.4.10, which have complied. I will accept the city's recommendation in this case and allow the respondent until April 28th of 2021 to bring the outstanding violations into compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. The city is also awarded its administrative costs of $425.29 payable no later than April 28th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me go see if the respondents have arrived.
They're here.
They're here? Okay. Next, we're going to go to page 12, item number 30, case number 19-3426. Property address is 708 3rd Avenue South. Property owner is Amparo Munoz. Building inspector Scott.
Case number 19-3426, Amparo Munoz Paro. Location 708 3rd Avenue South. Section 23.2-21, failure to obtain building permits before starting construction. Must obtain permits for all trades, obtain all required inspections, and close out permits. Courtesy notice was issued for violation hearing on 9/24 of 2019. Re-inspected and found to be in non-compliance at 2/26 of 2020. Issued formal notice of violation hearing by certified mail, 9/23/2020. Certified mail was returned to sender. Certified mail not received and property posted on 2/13 of 2020. Property was re-inspected 1/25 of 2021 and 1/27 of 2021, found to be in non-compliance. You have photographs in the folder of the above. I have not had personal contact with the owner. Recommendation time for correction, 4/28 of 2021, requesting a fine of $250 per day with administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid at 4/28 of 2021.
Tell me, so the photographs I'm looking at show, it looks like some fence and gate work and maybe some interior work. What was the?
Building official Ringel.
Okay, this is Peter Ringel, building official for the city of Lake Worth Beach. I've had personal contact with the owner. The original stop work order was placed in September of 19, I believe. And the owner has continued to do work without permits. After the stop work order was posted, the windows on the building were replaced. This building is in the historic district, as well as the fence was replaced without permits. The interior of the apartment was renovated. I've had 3 meetings with the respondent on site. And I have also had numerous phone conversations and emails back and forth with the respondent. They have applied for permits, but the necessary corrections have not been made. And that's why the permits to date still have not been issued.
Okay. Thank you. I believe we have a respondent present. Let me go ahead and.
This is my mother. She's Amparo, and I'm her son. I'm going to be helping her translator.
Okay, so I need to place you under oath before I hear testimony from you. Go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that you will translate accurately what everyone says from, I guess it's in Spanish?
Yes, sir.
to English and English to Spanish.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and tell me your name and address.
My name is Luis Vivas, 708 3rd Avenue South, Lakewood, Florida, 33460.
Okay, and ma'am, what is your name?
Amparo Muñoz.
Why don't you go ahead and tell me about the case?
Yeah, we purchased the home. My mother purchased the home about a year and a half ago. The property, when we moved in, had presented some issues. We started repairing a couple of things, and one thing led to the other. We were not aware that, but because it's being a triplex, we needed the help of a general contractor. We got a stop order. We explained the situation. We immediately got a general contractor involved. He's helped us apply for the permits. Unfortunately, I've been with the pandemic. We've been in and out. I'm part of the Navy Reserve, so I actually was laid off. She was laid off. I had to pick up a job with the Navy Reserve to get a mission, to get deployed, to get some money. I've been on and off, coming back to the city. Coming back to the house. And during this time while I was away, the fence, when we purchased the home, it was just too old and it was just crumbling. We had some issues on the street where we had drug trafficking, and we also had prostitution on that street. Due to that issue, because we were finding condoms behind the fence, she was very worried about the situation. We replaced it. We know that we need to get a permit, but I told him when I get back, I resolve the issue. I did apply for the permit for the fence. That's one thing. And for the window, just talk about the windows. The windows, when we purchased the home during the hurricane season, they're rotten. It's an old home. And I told him, get them replaced temporarily. When I get back, I talked to the city and let them know what's going on. And because we on the first floor, we were getting this water dripping because of the windows. So I know they're not the same windows. We want to get the house completed by the code and preserve the historic. That's why we bought it. It's actually one of the most beautiful homes in that area. It's a coquina stone, and the windows are, it's part of the look. I understand. So we know that when it comes to the different things that we've been working on, Mr. Peter Ringo has added a couple of more things to the initial plan. So we had to go back to the GC to get it done. Right now, in September 30th, he issued the last report with some things that needed to be corrected. We corrected. We sent it to the GC. The GC is actually working on it. And today, he told me he was going to actually submit everything we had pending. One of the things that it was added to the initial plan that it was on it, it was the rail or the stairs that we not replaced. I just replaced one piece of wood because it was rotten, but I didn't replace the rails at all. But anyway, we're not going to argue that. It's fine. So the GC is working on that, sir. So we should have that today. The problem is that we haven't had money also. Again, laid off. I was laid off, and it was just difficult for us as well.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask a question to
Yes.
Compliance in this case. Does that mean that they've obtained the permits and are now operating under the permits, or does it mean get the permits, get the work done and inspected and the permits closed?
What we are asking for in this case is to obtain the necessary approvals and permits. The correction list has been sent out. The last submittal was back in November, but we will work with the respondent. If they address all the comments, we should be able to get the permits out within a week.
Okay.
And we are asking them to have the project complete
By
the end
28th.
End of April.
So that's 3 months.
That's 3 months.
That should be plenty of time, sir.
Okay. That sounds reasonable to me. It sounds like
That's correct.
case has been going on for a while now, and I understand COVID and understand all that, but probably this needs to become a priority. Get this buttoned up.
You have our promise on that, sir.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
No, we apologize. We understand, this, what happened. And we're very we're very happy to be in Lake Worth and we want to stay in Lake Worth.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the city?
The city has nothing else.
Thank you. Then in this case, I do find proper notice. You have the proper documentation in the file. A respondent is present. Based on the testimony and the evidence that I've heard, I will find that the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation in this case. I'm going to allow the respondent until April 28th of 2021 to bring the violations into compliance. But after that day, there will be daily fines of $250 per day until compliance is achieved. The city is also awarded its administrative costs of $425.29 for bringing the case. And that is payable no later than April 28th of 2021 as well. And I will sign that order. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me give it back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Next, we're going to go to page 6 of the agenda, item number 15. This is a public request for an extension of time for compliance. The property address is 1803 Lake Worth Road. Property owner is Holiday 2 Mobile Home Park, and their representative, Johanny Masonette, is here. Or will be here momentarily.
You ready?
Ready.
I'm sorry, you need to swear in.
Yeah, they both will need to be sworn in.
Okay. All right, so let me, I'm going to place Mr. Hicks under oath, and I'm going to swear you folks in as well so that I can hear your sworn testimony. Do all of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to hear from the city first, and then I'll come back and hear from the clerk. Okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Bobby Hicks with the City of Lake Worth Beach. Case number is 19-0757. Property owners is Holiday 2 Mobile Home Park. Property location is 1803 Lake Worth Road. The following violations on the property is 23.4-10. Parking is prohibited on all lawns or landscaped areas. Section 15-39, unlicensed vehicles and trailers need to be registered or removed from property. Section 12-18, remove all garbage, trash, and debris from property. Section 23.2-21, apply and obtain building permits and pass all inspections for driveways. This violation has been resolved. Permits not required per the building official. Section 2-75.6.2, building should have approved address numbers placed in the position to be plainly legible and visible from the street. Numbers have been placed on all the structures. Remove all peeling paint from structures and paint as needed. Remove all mildew from front steps, rear decks, and around windows. Replace any missing and torn screens. Remove all rotten wood from structures and paint all unpainted wood. Remove all tape from windows so windows can open properly. All sidewalks, walkways, stairs, driveways, parking spaces, and similar areas shall be kept in a proper state of repair and maintained free from hazardous conditions. Repair or replace any broken driveways. Section 14-35, please schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for the entire park. A list of the failed UNO has been placed in the file. Section 23.6-1, please replace any bare areas of approved species of living ground cover in accordance with the city code section. Courtesy notice was issued on February 5th of 2019. A reinspection was done on March 6th of 2019 and found to be a non-compliance. We issued a formal notice of violation and hearing by certified mail on 4/8 of 2019 for the May 29th, 2019 hearing, but that hearing was rescheduled for the June 27th, 2019 hearing. Certified mail was received on 4/15, 2019 and 6/3 of 2019. Property was posted on 4/11, 2019 and 6/3 of 2019. Compliance extensions were given from June 27th, 2019. Special magistrate granted an extension till 9/30 of 2019. On 9/26, 2019, the magistrate granted an extension till 3/24 of 2020. Now the extension to 1/28, 2021 for a total of 19 months extensions. Property was re-inspected on 5/21, 8/4, 9/8, 10/8 of 2020, 1/8, 2021, and 1/27, 2021. UNO inspections were completed on 9/9 of 2019, 9/30, 2020, and 1/7, 2021. A list of the violations were given to the owner and management for each inspection. Photographs were taken of all the violations. I've had personal contact with the property managers. The city's recommended time for extension is 4/27 of 2021, or fines of $150 per day, plus the administrative cost of 4/25/29 to be paid by 4/27, 2021.
So it appears to me the extensions that were granted are at the administrative level. This has never had a finding of violation at a hearing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, let me hear from the respondents. Whichever one of you wants to speak first, go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
Hi, my name is Joanny Masonet. I'm the property manager for 1803 Holiday Drive. Like he stated, we've been talking with the code enforcement and also the building department. We had the first extension that was given it to us. And at that moment, we had the whole property that we have to deal with and all the privately owned homes. Then I had another meeting in February of 2020 with everybody at the city, and some other findings came out that we were waiting for information, which we were going back and forth with emails with everybody in the city. We didn't get a response from the head person in regards to the findings of the issues that we have in the meeting on February 2020. So I went ahead and requested another extension because we needed enough time, because at that time that I've been talking to everybody in the city before, I've been doing what I'm supposed to do. But then at this meeting on February 2020, there was another finding with Mr. William Waters. And I have emails going back and forth about the information. We did another UNO inspection after that, which Mr. Peter went and he sent other guys. We also find out that now they're not holding the main homes, the privately owned homes against us, just our rental units. And we fixed all the landscaping. We stopped people from parking on the grass. We put living grounds everywhere. The driveways have been fixed. So we're just waiting on the next information from UNO, because now they send us another UNO inspection and we need engineers and all this other stuff, when we've been dealing with this for a while, since 2020. So we're requesting the extension, but due to the COVID, things didn't go through.
Okay, thank you. Is there any response or anything further from the city in this case? Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, ma'am?
I do know that the attorneys are talking with the attorneys from the city.
We haven't been talking lately, but if I may, I have a question for her. Oh, sorry, Pamela Ryan, your city attorney. You stated that you needed engineers. I thought that you did. Okay, you needed engineers. So are you saying that April 28th is not going to be enough time? You said you're waiting for more information from the city.
They sent us a UNO finding from the stuff that we have previously, that we need some engineers. We need to show them also to keep some homes that they want us to remove from the park, that we need some engineers to come in. Also give them some information of the sewer lines too, in regards to the connection of the homes. I don't know if that's gonna be okay to April, because usually these engineers, due to all this, they're taking their time and they're all behind and stuff. I'm working with the city as much as I can.
Mr. Magistrate, if we could just get the building official to speak to this issue, because all of these extensions are old, it's almost 2 years now, and we need to.
Well, my understanding is I only got the extension the first time, and before COVID, I put in for another extension. So we've been working, even though I never had granted my second extension. This is my second extension that I requested. So I've been working with the building department and also the code enforcement, trying to fix everything while all this process with COVID. But at one time, we had to stop due to the fact vendors weren't coming out. Vendors were not doing their work because of all this COVID thing, but I was never granted my second extension. This is my second extension request.
I understand. My point is that this case has been going on for a couple of years. That's the point.
Well, with me, it's been, since I got the property manager and I got with Bobby, that's when I've been working, and I've been working diligently when it comes to holiday too. I'm not dropping the ball. I haven't said no. I haven't fought with anybody. I've been in meetings all constantly with them. So I've been trying to work with you guys to get everything resolved in that part.
So let me hear from the building official. I'm trying to determine which of the listed alleged violations is one that requires engineering and that sort of work. And I'm not sure. Is it the one having to do with sidewalks, walkways?
So Peter Ringel, building official with the city of Lake Worth Beach. The portions that need engineering would be the water and sewer plan. Because of the number of trailers in there, there is a question as to if those additional trailers that are listed, because I have my UNO report here, which is part of the paperwork.
Okay, gotcha.
And the additional trailers add additional load to the water and sewer pipes. And we want to make sure that adding the additional trailers, the pipes are appropriately sized to take the wastewater to the city, the point where it connects to the city system. The second thing that engineering is needed for is repairs were made to the trailers. And what the trailers are regulated by Florida statute and by the Department of Motor Vehicles. So if they make any repairs, they're not replacement with original factory equipment. They must provide engineering to document that those repairs will not compromise the mobile home structural integrity. So that's what the engineering is needed for. And in their defense, the use and occupancy report inspection took place, and it was almost 3 months before they got my report. So in their defense, I did hold them up because it took me a long time to get them the report. But I will leave it up to you as far as they have been working with me and responding to all of my comments. But some of these items need to be addressed at the level of the city attorney and management as far as whether these trailers can go or whether they can stay.
Were these issues part of the original violation that goes all the way back to all the way back to almost 2 years ago, back to February of 2019?
That's part of the UNO inspection.
So this is something that's been.
The removal of the trailers was, to the best of my knowledge, put into the report that they received, the most recent UNO report. And correct me if that is an inaccurate statement.
That's correct, because when we had the meeting with the city in February 2020, they never mentioned about removing them. They were going to give me information regarding the cottages and those RVs in that meeting.
And that's what's first given to you in the UNO report when I sent that to you.
But the first UNO report, it never said it just said the stuff that we had need to get done, and it stated that need to be removed but we have been dealing with the attorneys now. That's out of my hands in that part.
Which,
But everything else we have been doing.
thank you, ma'am. Which code section corresponds to these issues with the U and O report?
Section 14-35.
Okay, use and occupancy certificate, gotcha.
And also what we call the FEMA trailers. They applied for permits for several of them, but the permits were never issued. And then there were 2 trailers that never had permits issued for them, and they are in the park. And that is in the UNO report.
Does the city have any objection to a bifurcated order?
It was going to be my suggestion. Absolutely. I think that's a great idea.
Okay,
Can you explain what that is?
it means that the order will have 2 different tracks for compliance. Certain things will be required to be complied at a certain time, and other things
Oh, okay.
will have,
Other time.
I'm not gonna treat everything the same. I'm gonna break certain things out and require compliance in different ways.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, ma'am?
No, like I said, since I got into this property and I've been dealing with Bobby and them, I've been on top of everything, and I have my meetings. I think they already know me by first and last name. They don't even, because I'm on top of it. Anything they need to get done, I get it done as soon as possible.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
I have nothing.
Okay. Then in this case, I am going to find proper notice, proper documentation is in the file, and respondents' representatives are present at the hearing. Based on the testimony, first of all, I'm going to find that the property has complied with City Code Section 23.2-21, but remains in violation of all other code sections cited. I'm going to separate the violation of 14-35, which is the use and occupancy certificate, and handle that separately. For everything else, I'm going to accept the city's recommendation, allow until April 27th of 2021 for compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $150 per day would be assessed until compliance is achieved. For the use and occupancy certificate issues, which is City Code Section 14-35, although I am making a finding that the property is in violation, I'm not, what I'd like to do is see that as a status hearing. I guess I'll be back here in May, or do we not know?
You're every month.
Oh,
Right, the other special magistrate resigned.
I didn't know that.
I
Okay.
guess I didn't tell you that.
No,
I apologize.
it's all me.
I'll
Nice.
call you until
I'm
I
good.
can find somebody else, yes.
So
Good for May, since he is gonna be here.
when does April 27th fall in relation to the agenda in April?
April hearing is, I believe, the 29th.
So that would be a good time to do a status. The April meeting would be good to do a status.
Yes, that's kind of where I'm going. So why don't we set this for the April, I guess that will be the 29th. So on April 29th, I want to see this case back, and we'll see where you are with all of this use and occupancy stuff and the engineering. And what I'm going to be looking for is good faith progress. And assuming I continue to see good faith progress, I'm same as the folks you've been dealing with at City Hall. I'm happy to continue to work with everybody. But, I don't want to see this ball get dropped and nothing happen between now and then. I would expect to see significant progress. So let's do it that way. And I will, since I have made findings, I will award the city its administrative costs of $425.29. And I'll make those payable no later than April 27th as well. Okay, any questions?
No, did they just, do I ask you guys, the daily fines that were in the system, are they gonna be taken out?
Come again?
There was, in the system, there was some daily, fees, I guess from last year.
He's not imposing those.
Oh, okay,
fees.
okay.
He's giving you the extension of time.
And the 492
But the
is for
420
both or just for one?
That's for the case.
Okay.
The 425.
Okay, that will be taken care of today. Thank you,
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you. That's it?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to page 5, item number 14. Case number 19-2993. This is a public request for an extension of time for compliance. Property address is 125 South B Street. Case name is South B LLC, Officer Clinton Bush, and we're just waiting for the respondent to come in.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Ma'am, I'm gonna need to place you under oath. And you weren't sworn in, either. You weren't here. Okay. So I'm gonna swear you both in, and then we'll hear the case. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna hear from Ms. Clinton Bush first, and after I've heard the city's presentation, ma'am, then I'll come back to you for you to tell me about the case, okay? All right, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Magistrate, we're here for the property 125 South B Street, case 19-2993, for a extension of time. Extension of time request was submitted, requesting additional time from April 30th, until April 30th, 2020. The reasons for the request was the extension due to the coronavirus pandemic. At this time, the city is not inclined to any additional time. The date of the notice of violation was September 10th, 2019. The date of the violation hearing was January 30th, 2020. And the date for compliance was March 30th, 2020. And then the extension was asked for April 30th, 2020, which was 30 days. And at this time, the property still is not in full compliance, sir.
Can you give me just a physical description of what we're talking about? What were the, I see the,
Yes,
here's the order. Can you just talk me through what the outstanding violations are?
yes, sir. The city of Lake Worth Beach required them to obtain a city of Lake Worth Beach business license 14-32 and a use and occupancy inspection, Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 14-35. Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 12-14 and 12-18. That's the storage of garbage containers and also areas free of garbage, trash, and debris. The landscaping is Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 2-75.9. Outdoor storage, Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 23.4-19, which at the time included some outdoor furniture. Upon my last inspection, there was only an outdoor chair. Off-street parking, Lake Worth Zoning Code 23.4-10. The building permit, which is, there was a rebuild permit. That permit since has not been closed. I believe there's only even been one inspection. They have painted the building, but even with the painting, there has been no maintenance to it. So the newest photos shows that, indicates that. And the general requirements of 2-75.6.2, and that's the maintenance of the property altogether. The fence is not permitted.
So from the city's position, has there been, have any of the code sections come into compliance?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, let me hear from the respondent. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
sure. My name is Immaculate Funrose. I am Mark and Sorrell's wife. The property address is 125 South B Street, Lakewood Beach, Florida, 460. I've been talking to Tamika, is that what you're saying? Him?
Yes, sir.
Tamika? The beginning of January. Yes, the property, my husband and I had it with the business partner, but it didn't go too well. There's a disagreement going on between the two of them. My husband and I, we've been, since last year, we wanted to take over the property to comply with whatever Ms. Tamika just explained to you. But the thing is, right when we decided to go and start working on the property and get everything done, I lost my job. So I didn't have the income to support my husband to finish everything. So he's been doing everything on his power to do, to comply with the city of Lake Worth. So within the next 2 weeks, we're in the process of closing the property because we're gonna homestead the property. I'm looking for a job to assist my husband because we want to take the other person out because things are not doing too well, you know? We want to close a few things, but we need to come up with the money as far as the fences. We're trying to come up with the money to apply for the city, for they could come back and inspect it because it's done. The new windows that was installed, that's gonna be working on the next week or so because we already have an appointment with somebody to come and complete that. We painted the outside just like Tamisha said, but over time, you know, it's a white color, so it colors dust over the time ever since that we painted, so it looks like it needs maintenance. But we did it when it was requested. So we're trying to get the property instead the next 2 weeks. So we have closing on, I think, the 18th or something like that. So once that complete, we're gonna be taking over the property. So all I'm asking, because I lost my job, if they could give me 6 months. If not 2 months, we're gonna try our best to get everything complete. Like I said, we have to come with the funding to close all the permits that was requested prior.
The original request form was for April 30th, 2020. He requested 30 additional days. She just asked for 6 months.
So there was an original compliance request that carried it to April of last year.
Correct.
No, sir. The extension of time was produced prior to the date that he needed to comply by, only asking for 30 days. We've since passed the 30 days, but had they came into compliance with the 30 days and we came back today and you gave the extension, there would be no fine. At this time, he surpassed the 30 days and more and still is not in compliance.
So fines really started running.
March 30th, 2020.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Well, hold on, let's talk about this. They requested a continuance before we canceled our March meeting.
Yes.
Okay, so we would have given them an extension. I just want to be fair.
Yes.
We didn't give them an extension because we didn't have a meeting.
Correct.
The point is that they've had a whole year, but because of COVID, based on what she's saying, she hasn't been able to get anything done. And the fact that her husband lost his job, they're having problems with their partner. You're selling, the partner is selling.
We're taking them out so that way we could take over.
Do you have any documentation to show that you have a closing coming up?
I could get that for you in the next 5 minutes.
Well, you're under oath, so you're having a closing?
Yes, I do.
With the other current owner?
We're taking them out.
Right,
Yes.
so they're gonna be gone.
Yes.
Is this a triplex or just a?
No,
regular
it's
house?
a single family home.
Okay, and your plan is to purchase the property, homestead the property.
Correct. Because at the beginning, when they did it, it was supposed to be a flip, but it didn't work out with the people. And then I lost my job, so I need a place to stay. So I've been staying there ever since. So I want to stay there. So we're doing everything that we can. Last year, right when my husband asked for the extension, we wanted to work because everything was doing well because he does fences. He was getting fences, all over. And then all of a sudden, everything just stopped. He couldn't get anything. I myself was a teacher. I was let go in June. So the funding is not there to get everything completed. So we've been, he's been trying to get fences now and there, but it's not as full that he used to get before the pandemic happened because everybody's scared to have people come over or anything like that. So the volume is not the same and me not having income to support him. So we just can't get it done. But we've been trying. So once we get him out of the deal, our deal is just to get everything done because some things that he can get done, but he has to get fences and job. And I have to, because I've been looking for a job and I also applied for the city of Lakewood. So hopefully I could get a job to move forward. I did. So we're trying to.
One of my points is if you don't have the money now, are you gonna have it in 3 months? I mean, are you gonna have these, I think your recommendation is not to have an extension at all.
Only because we could come back for a reduction hearing in case she doesn't meet that time.
Right.
And I don't think she would meet 30 days.
The reason that we say we're gonna start fixing, because a lot of things that needed to be done, everything's working fine. So some of them we're not gonna do. We don't need to get them fixed, but we have to get it closed.
You have to comply with these.
Correct. We'll comply with the violation, but they've been working fine. Because the person that was doing it with my husband wanted everything to be gutted out and get everything fixed, but some of them been working fine. Yes, we installed new windows because they weren't really, a lot of them were broken windows and stuff like that. So we installed new windows, but as far as the inside, some things been working very, very well. So we want to just, close them once we could get the funding.
Have you made contact with the building department regarding the permits?
I called, I think it was on Monday to the fences, because we're trying to get somebody to come over to make sure everything is to code compliance with you guys. But there's a fee I think we have to pay. We don't have it right now.
And there's a remodel permit that's open on the property. For the remodel of the whole unit. So that's gonna take some time. When we spoke, I asked that you speak with the building official.
Yes, you did.
But, so you need to make contact with the building.
Yeah, I haven't made contact with them as far as that yet.
Special magistrate,
Yes.
leaving up to your discretion.
So something the city attorney said resonated with me. The request was made prior to the hearings being postponed in 2020. And so this is really the first opportunity that this respondent has had for that request to be heard at all. So there are certain violations on here that really don't take a lot of expenditure of money and don't
Yes, right.
garbage can placement and the
Yes.
trash and debris and
Correct.
abandoned property.
We took care of that. She stopped by.
There's still a RV in the rear.
The testimony I heard is everything is still in violation.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm going to do in this case. There's already been a finding of violation. I'm going to, the closing is in March.
No, it's before that. It's the next couple of weeks.
Okay. Are we having hearings every month?
We have hearings every month. Yes.
Can we continue this to the March agenda? I want to see what you've done between now and then. There's already technically fines accruing, so I'm not going to grant or deny the request today. I'm going to give you an opportunity to show me some good faith and get as much of this done as you can.
Yes, I will.
And then depending on what I hear at that hearing, then I'll make a decision on whether to grant the request. But understand, as we sit here today, I have not granted it. And technically you have fines running on a daily basis based on the previous order. So I'm not making any changes to that previous order. I'm willing to give you an opportunity, like I said, to show me some good faith effort moving forward. And then I'll based on what I see in March, I'll consider making a decision at that time.
So basically, are you telling me that the fee is gonna start accruing on the property?
I'm not making any changes to the order that's already been imposed. So there was an order and it required compliance by March 30th of 2020. So strictly speaking, that order, yes, you started accruing fines all the way back then. Now, that being said, you also made a request for an extension before that those fines started accruing. So, I'm not denying the request, but I'm not going to grant it today either because I want to see some true good faith effort on getting some of this stuff cleaned up and complied before the March agenda, which will be
The 25th.
25th,
Yes, sir.
March 25th. So I'll see you back here on March 25th and we'll you can show me what you've done, and then I'll consider granting the request at that time. Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we're going to go to page 18, item number 45, case number 19-2996. Property address of 301 North E Street. Property owner is George Liddy, Officer Clinton Bush, and we'll just wait for the respondent.
So this is agenda item 45.
Yes, sir, on
Okay.
page 18.
Yep.
I'm right here.
Okay, good morning, sir.
Morning.
I'm gonna hear from Ms. Clinton Bush from the city on the case first. After I've heard from her, I'll come back to you, place you under oath, and then you can tell me about the case.
Okay.
Well, okay, so whenever you're ready. I'll swear him in after you're finished.
Okay. This case is case number 19-2996 for Liddy George and the property address at 301 North E Street, which is also the mailing address. This property came in as a violation. We issued a formal notice of violation and notice of hearing on December 30th, 2019, posted the property on December 31st, 2019, and on January 8th, 2021 for the hearing today. The violations are landscaping Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 2-75.9 to cut, mow all overgrowth and maintain, trim all hedges, bushes, and trees, and to provide living ground cover where needed. Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 23.4-19 for outdoor storage to remove all outdoor storage in view, creating a blight to the sides and or rear of the property. Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 23.4-11D is requirements of RV parking and storage. The recreational vehicle and regulations. The location of the RV must be parked or stored behind the front building line. Those RVs located behind the building line are to be effectively screened from abutting properties. Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 2-75.6.2, which is our general requirements. That's the exterior structure. The exterior of the structure shall be maintained in good repair, structurally sound and sanitary, so as not to pose a threat to public health, safety, or welfare. The property requires curb appeal, so not to create a blighting influence to the surrounding areas. At this time, I've had contact with the owner at the beginning when the first notice went out via telephone conversations. And I have not had any contact since that phone conversation.
And what is your recommendation for a remedy?
At this time, the city is recommending the owner come into compliance by February 25th, 2021, or a fine of $75 per day and administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by February 25th, 2021.
Doesn't appear to me that any of the violations, in order to cure them, require any kind of a permit or any.
No, sir.
I didn't appear to me, so. All right, so I'm gonna let you tell me about the case. Before you testify, I need to place you under oath. If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
My name is George Liddy, Liddy. I live at 301 North E Street, Lake Worth, Florida.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'm trying to comply with, I think the trailer, the camper is the biggest issue here, am I correct? And we're just completing the repairs the trailer's up for sale and I agree to remove the trailer. So I think we'll be pretty much in compliance when the trailer's gone.
All right, the city is recommending that you be given until February 25th to get that taken care of. Do you see any issue with complying with that timeframe?
The trailer's being offered for sale on Offer right now. So hopefully it'll be sold by that time. I probably would request a little bit more time if that's possible.
The landscaping is still an issue as well.
Beg your pardon?
The landscaping,
What?
the landscape is also still an issue. And the outdoor storage. So
I
basically,
cleaned up most of the outdoor storage. I don't know if you've been there lately.
yes, I was there on yesterday. There are photos in the file that depict that, sir. So that I can actually meet you at the property to review with you as long as we remain social distances,
Absolutely.
if that's. However, it's still there and the
It's
land,
still there. I don't understand what you're speaking of.
there's still outdoor storage in the rear of the property, sir. And
On
along,
the patio, there's landscaping material and some boxes and things, yeah.
yeah,
Well, I'll be happy to remove the boxes of the landscaping material I use. I have a lot of plants in the yard.
there's some wooden boards and some other items outside as well. But
Where's, excuse me?
we can review, I'll review that with,
Okay,
we could set up something.
fine. I have no problem with that.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Anything else from the city?
No, sir.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
No, I just would appreciate a little more time if that's possible to dispose of the trailer. I'm trying my best to get rid of it right now.
All right.
So
Okay.
So here's what I'll do in this case. I do find proper notice. The city has proper documentation in its file. Respondent has appeared at the hearing. I do find, based on the testimony and the evidence, that the property remains in violation as cited in the notice. I'm going to give you till March 25th, which is
thank you.
basically 60
Appreciate it.
days to get this into compliance, but I am after that going to accept the city's recommendation, and there will be $75 per day daily fines assessed if compliance is not achieved by the March 25th deadline. I'm also awarding the city's administrative costs of $425.29, which will also be payable no later than the March 25th date. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Will you call me or you want me to call you or?
Next, we're going to go to page 10 of the agenda, item number 24. It's actually two cases on the same property, so it's items 24 and 25. The first is case number 19-4382. Case address is 1104 North Dixie Highway. Property owner is 1104 North Dixie LLC. Officer Thomas. And together with that case is case 20-1903, property address 1104 North Dixie Highway, property owner 1104 North Dixie LLC, Officer Thomas. We're just waiting for the respondent to come in.
Morning.
Morning.
Been sworn in, yes? Yes, okay. So folks, I'm going to hear from the city and they're going to present the case. After I've heard from the city, I'll come back, place you under oath, and then you can also tell me about the case. So that's how generally we'll proceed. So whenever you're ready.
Okay. Officer Thomas, case number 19-4382, 1104 North Dixie LLC. The owner's address is 6023 Lilac Road, Boca Raton, Florida, 33496-2316. There is a designation of agent form in the file allowing tenants Lisa Cobb and Craig Cobb to speak on their behalf. The property location is 1104 North Dixie Highway. The violations were observed upon a use and occupancy inspection. The following violations were noted. LWCO 12-7 for a dumpster enclosure that has been complied. As of 12/20/2020, the dumpster was removed from the property. LWCO 2-75.9 for landscaping. LWCO 2-75.6.2 for electrical panel plugs missing, possibly can cause shock. That is not in compliance. LWCO 23.2-21, no building permit for a stage that was erected inside the premises. Permits are required for all mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and building installations. All permits must have a final inspection and be closed in order to achieve compliance. LWCO 23.4-19, outdoor storage, that has been complied. LWCO 12-18, garbage, trash, and debris on the property, that is outstanding. LWCO 1435, obtain and pass a current use and occupancy inspection. And 14, well, that's all for that. That's still outstanding. Issued formal notice of violation hearing on 9/23/2020. Certified mail was received on 9/26/2020. Property was posted on 2/12/2020. The compliance extension has been given from 5/28/2020 through 1/28/2021 due to COVID-19. Photographs of the property were taken and they're in the file for your review. I have had contact with the property owner and the tenants via phone calls and many, many emails, which are also indicated in the file for your review. The tenants have had over a year to comply the violations. The tenants continue to operate without a business license and no approval or approved use and occupancy inspection. The city is requesting compliance by 4/28/2021 or a fine of $250 per day. To achieve compliance, all permits must have a final inspection and be closed, along with their administrative use permit, which includes but is not limited to the number of people and vehicles that will be existing during their normal business hours of operation. I'd like it noted that a building permit was applied for on 12/20/19 and was disapproved on 12/30/19 by building official Peter Ringel due to insufficient information for review, and to please set up a meeting with the building official for review. That is also in the file for your documentation. The way this came about was on 11/8/19, they filed for a business license for nature of business community development entities. That application was denied. Then on 11/20/19, they applied for a new license for nature of business real estate. That was denied. On the bottom of that application, Sherry Cole in Planning and Zoning asked why a stage was erected. A business office with a stage, questioning why a stage was needed for a business office. Then on 8/3/2020, another application came in for a new license for City of Faith. And that's where we're at as of today. Now, there have been several inspections at the property. The UNO date was scheduled on 11/22/19 and then rescheduled for 12/10/19 and then rescheduled again to 12/17/2019. There was another inspection done on 2/10/2020, then on 7/28/2020, 8/17/2020, Lisa Cobb rescheduled from 8/17 to 8/28. Per the UNO inspector Sheldon Lawrence at that time, it was canceled due to a no-show by the tenants. On 11/27/2020, another inspection was done. On 11/24/2020, UNO inspector Charles Sturdivant failed the inspection. Then on 12/9/2020, another inspection was done. And then I went out on 1/5/2021 and depicted pictures still showing violations. And that's where we're at today.
Okay, let me come back to respondents. Let me go ahead and place you folks under oath, and then you can tell me about the case. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do. Thank you very much. Whoever wants to go first, go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can proceed.
So Lisa Cobb, 1104 North Dixie Highway, Lake Worth, Florida, 33460.
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a letter from Liberty Counsel that I'd like to present to you.
Why don't you show it to Miss Ryan?
I've seen the letter, thank you.
You're good?
I received the letter last night.
Okay. Any objection to that being made part of the?
There is no objection.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Okay, then this will be the respondent's exhibit. Just 2 copies. Oh, no. Let's see. Let me just take a quick look at this. Okay, so we have a 7-page letter from Liberty Counsel with an exhibit, which is a June 3rd, 2019 letter from the city. And the Liberty Counsel letter is dated January 27th, 2021. And then we also have 2 additional pieces of correspondence from the city. One is dated June 10th, 2019 to Francisco Castillo at Black Madonna Tattoo. And the other is a September 11th, 2020 letter from the city to Jennifer Ebert at 9 Mag Studios, Inc. Without objection, we'll make these part of the record and include them in the file. Go ahead.
So we do want to make it known that we do want to work with the city and want to get into compliance as quickly as possible. And so our goal, of course, is to get the business license and we did want to bring up a couple of things that are hindrances in attaining that business license. So our most recent letter from William Waters with regards to the site plan review and the comments thereof, which are a part of the AUP. And if I could take a step back, the reason this has been such a long process in part is because of the process in which we're going through. So in order to receive the business license, my understanding is we need to get this AUP resolved. And in order to have the AUP resolved, we need to have the site plan review conducted, as well as get a use and occupancy approved by the city. And
is that, Ms. Ryan, is that inaccurate?
I don't know anything about that. One of the reasons I was okay with introducing the letter into the record is because that's not why we're here. We are not here to talk about ministerials. That letter has nothing to do with the case before you. They want to argue that in the letter that because they're a church, they're not subject to ADA, they're not subject to the X, Y, and Z, but you are subject to the general requirements of the city. You are subject, you have to have your trash removed. You have to have your building permits. There are certain things that every business owner has to do for their property. They are here on behalf of the property owner. We've talked to them, we've talked to their property owner. I don't know about her discussions with William Waters. There is a representative here from the Planning and Zoning Department, but we are here to deal with the issues that everyone has to take care of in the city of Lake Worth Beach. There are no exemptions from standard building requirements. There are electrical panel issues. No one gets an exemption from the building code in that manner. So I don't know if you want to hear from Planning and Zoning on the AUP, but I would state that the issues that were raised by Deanna are separate from some of those issues. And if they want to work with the city, they can, but they need to take care of those other projects. And this letter only indicates that they're willing to deal with one small issue of the staging. We're not prepared to comply with that.
Well, according to the city's testimony in the presentation of the case, we have, there's a list of violations that were alleged in the notice of violation. 2 of them have complied, those being issues with outdoor storage and dumpster enclosures. What remains is keeping the area free of garbage and trash, landscaping deficiencies, the issuance of a building permit, which according to the testimony was applied for and then disapproved. The general requirements section, and then the use and occupancy certificate. Does any of the issues that are raised in the Liberty Council letter touch on the use and occupancy certificate by alleged violation?
What's the list of things that they needed to get done for the use and occupancy?
I can speak to that if I may. Peter Ringel, building official. For the use and occupancy inspections, one of the major stumbling blocks is apply for and obtain permits for the work that was done in the space. The permit was applied for, but because they were changing use from a business, a mercantile business, to assembly, which is a church, you have a different occupancy classification. There are more regulations because it's a place where people assemble. When you change occupancy classifications to a more stringent class, you must bring the building up to the current code. Okay, and your counsel is absolutely right about ADA. A church is exempt from ADA, and I have not requested ADA compliance. What I am requesting is compliance with the plans being submitted, with the change of occupancy box checked on the building permit application. And I'm also requesting that the work that was done in there prior to permits being issued, once the permits were issued or are issued, There are corrections that need to be made in order to bring it into compliance. Once they get the permits issued, corrections made, inspections passed, we can close that out, and then the use and occupancy inspection will pass.
May I ask a question?
Yes, you may ask a question.
So from what I understand, as far as the permits that are outstanding, there is the landscaping. And the reason we haven't submitted all these permits is because we want to be really clear as to what are the outstanding permits. We want to submit everything simultaneously.
Right, and we had that meeting earlier this month.
Correct.
And I went over all that with you and with your contractor.
Well, so as far as, and that's when ADA came up, because you did mention that there were several things that were not ADA compliant. And so I'm glad we're having this conversation. So to make sure we're all on the same page, the request is for the landscaping, which, and the demolition, the stage, which needs to be corrected. And from what I understand, those are the only outstanding permits.
No, that is not correct.
Okay, can you let me know what other outstanding permits
There was
are?
additional work done there without permits. Those 2 bathrooms in the back where I pointed out that the plumbing is not the code, it's new plumbing piping that are in there. Permits will need to be obtained for the bathroom renovations that were done.
Okay, and they do not have to be ADA compliant.
That is correct.
Okay.
And the challenge that we were having.
I'm sorry. I just need you to get your name, correct address on the record before, so we know who you are on the record.
Craig Cobb.
Thank you, sir. And you're affiliated with the property?
Yes, I am. I'm the tenant as well.
Thank you, sir.
Her husband, senior pastor.
And you can proceed. I just needed to get you identified on the record. That's
Yes, sir.
Were you going to say something?
Yes, I was going to comment on what was addressed earlier. One of the challenges we were having is every time you guys would present code violations that we had to correct, we would correct them and then you would keep moving the goalposts. Some of those code compliance issues didn't even apply to us. They applied to the property next door. Though, overhanging trees and leaves, we don't even have a tree on the property. And so the ADA was one of the big challenges. You said that wasn't an issue. We have emailed to support that was one of the requirements that you guys were placing on us. And that's not even Congress passed a law that we're exempt from that.
And you are correct. If I made that was an inaccurate statement on my part, and I will retract that and not make it a requirement.
And every time we would complete do what was asked, and we'll say, okay, we got those things done. We'll come back, and different things were said. Were said about the trash. We had to have enclosures. There are several properties right in our block that doesn't have enclosures, and certain things were asked of us that was not consistent with what was being done throughout the city, not just the city, but in our zone. And so that raised the alarm. We were doing everything we can to work with the city. We just, we're there to fulfill the purpose of why we came into the city. We're not combative, but it seemed like we're never going to satisfy them. Every time they asked for something to be done, we kept very detailed records, and we never missed the meeting. The meeting that he scheduled, the guy, we came out to that meeting. There was never a meeting that we missed. Never a meeting that we missed. So that was the challenge we were having, not completing the code violations or that applied to us. But for one, it was not consistent. Number two, what was being asked of us wasn't being asked of other entities in our zone that has the same similar comparative analysis. And that was our challenge.
So let me step in real quick. So it sounds like we're all on the same page about ADA issues.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your comments. What I will tell you is that what may or may not be happening with your next door neighbor is not relevant to me. I don't know what's going on with those properties. They're not before me. Each code enforcement case stands on its own merit. So in my eye, there's no precedent setting because every property is unique and different. So I understand, and people who work in the code enforcement world every day hear, well, my neighbor gets to do this. And quite frankly, it's entirely possible that there are open cases against other folks for other things. So the argument that my neighbors appears to be getting by with something that I'm not allowed to get by with is not an argument that I'm going to give any weight to. But it sounds like we made some forward progress here, at least in terms of the ADA, since that hurdle has been set aside. Does that clear your path in terms of your other?
So there's one other
Go ahead.
of contention. So thank you, Mr. Ringel. The document from January 21st that was submitted from Alexis Rosenberg, the senior community planner, with her site plan review team comments, first review, according to letter planning and zoning, that particular section. So C, they're asking that we repaint the building. And then letter E states that the facades have to be harmonious and the entrances shall be protected by weather. And then William Waters reiterates that letter B and C, that we need original glazing removed from front facade that creates now an unbalanced and asymmetrical appearance. And then he also states that we need an awning or some other type of entrance protection needs to be added. And so ultimately, and I think in that letter from the attorney, there's not only a picture of our subject property with the glazing on page 3, shows the windows. But if you look further on pages 4 and 5, you see, especially number 3, that those buildings were just completely, they were uninhabitable. They had to be pretty much completely gutted, interior and exterior. And if you look at that bar with the owl on it, there isn't a single bit of glazing, and they're not too far from us. When you look at the marijuana store across the street from where we are, they don't have the 25% glazing. I mean, the list goes on and on. If we look at the tattoo.
Let me stop you there real quick. Can somebody tell me what glazing is? I'm sorry. I'm
not really sure, but let me just make this comment. We have changed our regulations since these approvals occurred. I'll let Aaron talk about glazing because I don't really understand all of that anyway, but it goes back to what you're saying, apples to apples. The letter does not talk about the circumstances. The letter does not talk about our code. It doesn't talk about when something was passed. What the locations of some of these buildings are in different zones, different things apply. So you have a letter that was received late yesterday that no one has had an opportunity. Otherwise, if we had gotten this letter in advance, we could have responded to it in a timely fashion, one addressing each of their issues. But as a general statement, I will tell you that neither the letter nor Ms. Cobb's statements are understanding the entire picture. This is not about discriminating against the church. This is about making sure that each property in the city of Lake Worth Beach complies with our codes. And I'll let Aaron.
Okay, so let me let you finish, and then I'm going to come back and hear from the city's planning and zoning rep. Go ahead.
So we do believe that every single one of the properties that we've listed are within our particular zone. They're in the MUDH, Dixie Highway zone. So they're comparable properties. And as far as the Ministerio Church, which is literally across the street from us at 911 North Dixie, there's no awning that they're requesting of them. Yes, they have the glazing and then glazing is just the glass, I guess. It's just she can get a better definition, but my understanding is just glass.
Okay.
And so they want to measure the percentage of glass for each building so that I guess there's some sort of uniformity within this particular zone, this particular Dixie Highway zone. And so just 523 North Dixie, there's absolutely no glass. So why is it there are certain buildings that could be a bar or could be another secular business that they're not requesting this of, but then for our subject property, they're requesting this. It just seems discriminatory. And the same applies for the tattoo, the 2 tattoo areas. And I have 6 AUPs. We didn't want to overwhelm you, so I only included 3 of them: 911 North Dixie Highway, 619 North Dixie Highway, and 2402 North Dixie Highway.
Okay.
But we do know for a fact that 523 North Dixie Highway was just done within the last year.
Okay.
And completely gutted. So I just want to make sure that when the city is requesting us to put in these very expensive renovations, as far as this 25% glazing, and if you look at our building, it's not like we don't have any glass. We have quite a bit. But for them to now want us to destroy our entire facade and now also include an awning just seems cost prohibitive.
Okay, let me let planning and zoning respond to that so that and I'll keep up with that, and then I'll come back to you folks. So, were you sworn in?
No, sir.
You were or you were not?
No, sir, I
Go ahead,
was.
let me swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and tell me your name and your position with the city, and then you can tell me about these planning and zoning issues.
Certainly. My name is Erin Sita. And I'm the Assistant Director of the Community Sustainability Department. I oversee planning and zoning daily operations. Basically, we have a set of design guidelines. The development along Dixie Highway doesn't always look the best over time. And so there was a policy kind of perspective to do a hybrid-based code with design requirements as well as use requirements. So going forward, we were implementing the major thoroughfare design guidelines, and we were not getting necessarily the results that we desired. And we were not, I think the staff and some electeds wanted more compliance with the design guidelines along the corridor. And so in the summer, we amended our code to really clarify that administrative uses need to come in and comply with the design guidelines insofar as feasible. And so these are not arbitrary standards. The 25% glazing is actually written in the major thoroughfare design guidelines, and it's a document that is adopted in the code, and they are guidelines. And we're trying to push all of our applicants towards compliance. I don't have the public, this came up, I was just thinking about it, speaking to the site plan and the AUP itself, but there was a public request for information, and we provided examples of AUPs to the applicant that had come in after the code had changed. And those required concrete removal for landscaping, additional fenestration. We've also had a variety of conditional uses going before boards where those elevated standards, which were basically the language was clarified, and it was strongly, and it was worded more strongly. So it was very clear that AUPs as well as CUPs, which is our conditional use permits, need to comply with the design guidelines. We're trying to elevate Dixie Highway. And so maybe things have happened in the past that maybe weren't what staff would like to see. And so we made codification changes to ensure that that would not continue to be the development pattern and the renovation pattern along the highway.
Did you have an opportunity to look at the January 27th letter from Liberty Council with the photographs that?
I briefly skimmed it. I did not see the AUPs that we provided to the applicant. I was looking for that this morning. Unfortunately, we had a public hearing last night. I didn't get it home until 10 o'clock. So I wasn't able to fully compare those. I was trying to do that this morning, but we did provide examples of what we had done that were consistent since the code had changed. I'd love to be able to have some more time with it if that's an issue, and to pull that up. But we've been trying to do better as a city as a whole. And I know that the applicant had been notified that they needed to come in for a use approval for some time. Had they come in prior to the code change, but the code changed. So
let me guess my question, and then I'll come back to you and let you ask any questions you may have. The examples, the photographs that are shown in the letter, and I'll let you take a look. There's the black building with the kind of cool looking owl painted on it.
I don't know
the medical marijuana store and I guess the tattoo place. Were those the time that the code changed?
Yeah, I believe they were. I don't recall seeing
They
any of
definitely
these.
were, and the Howlin' Owl had so many, they've been before you so many times. We have not, let the Howlin' Owl off without, some serious code violations and, liens on their property.
Nobody likes the owl.
And I would say that under the current code, the Howlin' Owl, the no fenestration would not be approved today.
Okay.
That was not acceptable today.
All right, thank you. Do you have any questions based on my question and the statements?
What was the date in which the code was changed?
We can provide the ordinance to you. I don't have it with me, but it clarified the administrative and conditional uses. It was, I think it was around the June timeframe that we processed the amendment. And we treated it as soon from the day that we advertised it, we treated it as zoning in progress. So anything from the time of the initial LPA hearing was advertised, we held all applications to the standards of full compliance with the code and the major thoroughfare design guidelines.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
You said June timeframe of which year, 19 or 20?
20.
So that was after we started with our initial business license.
So
And our AUP, our first AUP was submitted for that.
July
information.
21st, I believe.
Yes.
So
I mean, I'm looking at, what Deanna said was that you applied to be a real estate company in November of 2019. Frankly, had you come in as and I don't know why that was denied. I don't know what happened there. But your most recent on August 3rd, 2020, that's what I have here. I have August 3rd as the date.
Right, for their most recent Lake Worth Beach business license application on 8/3/2020, new license, business name, City of Faith, brief description of business, assembly and community impact, for example, encouraging people to complete the census.
Okay.
And I will just say that a business license application is not a zoning application. So when they submitted in August, then they were told that they needed an AUP for the church use and then a minor site plan.
I mean, and let me be frank. We are willing to work with businesses in the city, and it's my understanding that the city has tried to work with your organization. If there is something we can do about the windows, I know that windows are very expensive. And, again, I just received this letter late last night. It would have been nice if we could have had it earlier, or I could have had a conversation with your attorney to talk about some of these things. But, so I think we can talk about the windows, but the other things, they need to be taken care of. The electrical panel, you're in assembly, you should be concerned about your parishioners. We have fire people here. They will tell you those things can be dangerous.
Absolutely.
So they have to be complied with. The stage, it has to be complied with because.
And we agree. We agree with the
Okay.
stage.
We'll be
Yeah.
on the same
Well, I understand, but there are just some other things that need to be taken care of.
And the electrical panels, it was
That's
just a matter of
already been
putting
taken care of.
plugs. We had already sent a picture to
We
Ms.
took care
Thomas,
of
I
all
want to
of
say
those.
in June. The owner sent a picture addressing that. So that's already been taken
But
care of.
it's listed, and we're in January 2021. So I don't know why, and we can meet about it,
Okay.
but I think that, and also nobody's brought up parking. I was hearing, and I thought I read somewhere that parking is a major issue. That is not an issue about you being a church. Do you have parking at your facility? Because I'm told that there is an email in the file that the special magistrate has that said that the adjacent property owner is not okay with your parishioners using his parking. Now is this private thing? If he wants to start towing your parishioners, we have nothing to do with that. But has that issue been addressed? I think that was a part of the business license.
We've also asked that question in the AUP as well.
Yeah, I can answer that. Going back to, I want to get, when, because I didn't get clarity on when was the code changed. I know she said summer of 2020.
2020. So
Can we email somebody to find out when the code was?
Yeah, we can, but the code doesn't take care of your parking. Your parking.
I know,
still-
I'm gonna address that, but I asked that question before and
It was in the summer. It was in June of 2020. We can give you the exact ordinance. It's online. But it was prior to your application, and your application for AUP was not, I don't believe your AUP application was complete until December of 2020. And your site plan, I believe, wasn't completed, wasn't considered a complete application until January 6th or 7th.
Yeah, we were already
It was well
engaged.
after the timeframe.
We were already engaged in those conversations. But we did take care of the electrical issue. Matter of fact, we took care of it within 2 days after they left. So that was taken care of. The other thing is,
We don't have that listed as being taken care of.
Well, a picture was sent because it was COVID and you guys weren't entering the
Yeah.
premises at the time. So we can go back and ask Doug to pull up that
Yeah.
email to send, that was
yeah,
sent
that
to you.
was sent out. And that's what I mean by moving goalposts. And then when we said that, and then when my wife said that and showed me the email that we had to literally break up the concrete in the front. We had 3 meetings.
That's different departments. Code enforcement goes out and looks for certain things, then
But this is-
a UNO inspection. And
This is all a part of our requirements, though. You're saying different department, you represent the city.
right?
We only represent 1104 or said City of Faith Church. So this is all a part of the impositions that you're putting on us that we have to complete. So you're saying it as if you don't have anything to do with it, but all of that is interconnected. You represent the city.
I understand, but
Yeah.
the
So-
point is
so
that
when
that
we-
was not done to discriminate against you.
No, I'm not-
That's just the way operations are happening.
Our statement is not discrimination. Our statement is it's unfair. And what's being asked of us is not consistent throughout, I'm not gonna even say the city, throughout our own zone. And now we compare apples to apples to present another church that the same thing is not being asked. So that's our whole statement. That's not my cry, discrimination. My cry is this is not equitable. This is unfair. So when she shared with me, you came back and now ask us to break up the concrete in the front to put agriculture. Now you're talking about $30,000. We don't have to go far. We can go on either side, across the street, wherever. Their agriculture or their flowers and stuff is horrible. They have none. So why are these things being asked of us?
Like the reason he's bringing this up is we had a Zoom meeting with the urban planning, community sustainability. And I specified, I said, listen, Starbucks is like a mile and a half from us, which is right here. And they have planters. They are a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. How are you going to ask a church to not, ultimately what you're looking for is to have landscaping. I understand. I agree. Green is great. So let's get the same things. Let's get some pots
Planters.
and planters and put them up. But they said no.
We
And I'm
gotta
like,
break it
why
up.
is it you have Starbucks and now you're asking the little guy, a small business, and we're trying to work with you to now break up the concrete, which we did. So the point is we're trying to work with you guys, but as far as the glazing and the awnings, that's what we're really trying to see if there's any way that we can work with you all to not make that.
And then
a deal breaker.
on the side of that, when we do it and we break it up, then you say, oh, we can't accept it because you got to submit such and such paperwork or permits. So the goalposts, when we do what you say do.
I know, but you can't, I mean, you're a business, you can't break up concrete without a permit.
Well, anyway, Doug was the one that did that. We didn't even know he was doing that with that guy. That was something different.
Answering the
And we understand your frustration. We have a lot of businesses that have frustration. We do the best we can, but the point is that we still need to have compliance.
I hear what you're saying on doing the best we can, but that does not compute when it's costing us thousands of dollars.
Are you the property owner?
No, I'm the tenant.
But he's not paying for it.
We're
We are.
paying for it. Yeah, and even if he had to, that's our agreement with something else that we have going on. So that's regardless.
And on the issue of the parking, that's my.
Okay, now that's what I want to address. So when we originally talked with you guys, there are side streets where 1104 is. Side streets on the left, side streets on the right. It's considered public parking. So if we parked, we have a small congregation, so the numbers match. If we parked and use that as public parking, that solves the parking problem. We can't park on public parking?
You have to,
And if not, then,
it's not that you can't park on public parking, but you can't use public parking as your only parking. You have to have so much off-street parking. That's for everybody in the city. I mean, that's everywhere, not just the city. You have to have certain off-street parking. If you have 100 people in your congregation, or you have 100 people coming, you have to be able to have parking for a percentage of that. And we do allow businesses to use on-street parking as well.
so if we.
So it's both.
If we provide an email saying that parking was good enough, then you're saying that email is not right. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, I don't know who would have given you an email that says that.
If I may interject, there is a parking lot to the north of their building, which actually belongs to 1114 North Dixie Highway. That belongs to that specific property. That is not public parking in that lot. I have an open case on that, but going forward, that is not public parking. That parking lot to the north of 1104 belongs to 1114 North Dixie Highway. It's not public parking. Then there's a parking lot behind that to the east, okay, which is a parking lot, but that is a separate parcel in itself and belongs to another property owner.
Yeah, we're not referring to that. The public
Okay.
parking we're talking about, we're not referring to
Okay.
both of those properties.
If I can add, the process for you all to get approval for your parking is your use approval. That's your AUP approval. So I believe Alexis sent you some information and asked you to provide information with your plan for parking. If you had a shared parking agreement with another property owner, if you, even if it was off-site, if you had a van that you were prepared to shuttle people from, depending on the numbers of your congregation. So those were questions that were part of your AUP. So we get an understanding of how you're going to operate your parking. There's only, I think, 4 spaces on this site.
Yes,
For a
correct.
church. And part of the issues that you're running into as well is the fact that this was a warehouse. This was functionally a warehouse for an electrician, and now it's going to be a church. So those are some things that you need. There's a use process, a use approval process, and that's where that gets addressed. As far as the fenestration, those were comments, design comments. If you don't feel you can meet those design comments because, let's say, there's an engineering reason for the windows or something like that, then let us know. We can continue that window discussion through the comment process. But that's a separate ongoing process from your code violations. So.
And it was not presented that way before to us. It was as if things are being thrown up and let's see what stick. And that's the feeling we got. And that's why we sought out counsel, because we were like, this is not going to stop.
We review things in a standard way. We gave you the standard comment. If you can't achieve that fenestration, you have to give us a reason why that can't work. And the awning is probably not a negotiable item. You're going to need something, because that is specifically, the awnings are identifying the central door is a premise of the major thoroughfare design guidelines, which you are required to adhere to insofar as feasible. And an awning is, quite frankly, feasible at this location.
If you look in the attorney's letter, our whole point is not what you're asking of us. I said this before, but under the definition on page 2 of what the zoning ordinance law considers, our issue is not what you're saying that we have to do. The issue is it's not being asked of everyone. By definition of law, that's what's discriminatory. And if it is being asked and it's not being complied, then why are you forcing our hand to comply? By law, that is inequitable. And so it's not what you're asking us to do, but it's not consistent. By law, if you look at it, that's not right.
Let me ask Ms. Ryan a question. Based on what I've heard in terms of the facade issues, and would there be any if I bifurcated this one, is there,
I was thinking the same thing.
would that serve a purpose or are we just spinning wheels?
It would serve a purpose. For me, I'm concerned about the electrical panels. I'm concerned about the parking issues. The windows, the aesthetic things, those are not health safety issues, so I'm not as concerned about that. And the awning, we can work on that, we can bifurcate that, but we really need some compliance with these other areas. And I know you said a picture. I'm gonna request that somebody go in there and take a look at the electrical panel to let us know if that's in compliance.
Anytime.
But the health safety issue.
I can speak to that. I had a meeting there on site earlier this month. Okay, and there are life safety issues that need to be corrected that were pointed out at the meeting. Okay, the steps going up to the stage are not equal.
Yes, we're going to take care of that.
You have to get permits before you do the work.
Yes.
Okay, you have stairs going up to a second floor, for lack of a better word, sound room, light room, whatever it is, but there's no handrail. There's no guardrail. The stairs are not even. All that needs to be addressed. You have plumbing that is not correct and needs to be addressed. So there are life safety issues that need to be addressed, through the permitting process.
So here's based on what I've heard at this point, and I want to try and move this along. I'm inclined to accept the city's recommendation on all the outstanding violations except for the use and occupancy certificate, and continue that to allow additional interaction and work between the respondent and the city. But on the, I tend to agree on the building permit and landscaping and trash and stuff, the sort of the low hanging fruit stuff. I'm inclined to impose the April 28th deadline for compliance on those. I do have a question for the city. This item actually has two agenda items, 24 and 25. Both of them list use and occupancy certificate as an alleged violation. And is there a difference between the two agenda items in terms of the use and occupancy certificate alleged violation?
Well, the 20-1903 case for the 1104 North Dixie LLC was for a cease and desist order of stopping all business transactions, operations at the facility. They are continuously there. They are continuously operating without a business license. You cannot operate a business without your business license. So I issued a cease and desist order that any and all operations, business being conducted at this property must cease and desist immediately, as there is no current business license on file with the city. And that includes the section to include, because they go hand in hand, a use and occupancy inspection is needed.
To get the business license?
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, was that you, sir? Go ahead.
We received the cease and desist order the following week that we actually received it, while we were feeding 1,000 people a week, and a commissioner came out that Saturday to the feeding and asked what we were doing. We received that next week. The cease and desist order, how can we make changes if we're not in the building? We were still meeting, honestly, but that came, matter of fact, a couple of months ago is when we received it, after a commissioner came out on a Saturday asking us why were we helping 1,000 people per week during a pandemic. And he comes out.
And we did, by the way, stop the feeding.
And we did stop the feeding. And that came the next week. See, I can clearly see a pattern if no one else will say it. And it's evident.
Okay.
Were you feeding them inside or outside?
Outside.
In the next parking lot to the north of them, which is not their property.
Well, that's not our issue. Okay.
Well, I'm not gonna, there are bigger things that I can solve at this hearing today. Unless there's anything else anyone needs.
Two last things, and then I'll
Go ahead.
Parking. So I wanted to verify with Ms. Aaron that if we use some sort of public lot and use our, sorry about that, if we use our church van to shuttle people, will that suffice? Will that accommodate
I
the
think
city?
that needs to go through the review process and we need to have discussions. That's not something that you haven't come up with a plan, and it's not a public lot. You need to have private parking. It's called a shared parking agreement.
But I think there is a public lot, like maybe a mile away, that we can locate.
You have a private obligation to provide parking. So we'll look at that.
You can't just use public parking as your parking.
Mhm.
If you, we're happy to give you copies. We do parking, you have to do parking sharing agreements with other businesses that will allow you to park. And we will take that as a substitution. But you can't just say we want to use public parking as our parking. We don't allow anybody to do that.
Okay.
4 spots is not going to be enough for you. 4 spots plus public parking. 4 spots plus public parking plus a parking sharing agreement with maybe one of those lots that Deanna is talking about would satisfy your issue.
Okay.
The parking van coming from a public lot, no, we can't. If something happens.
Got it. Okay, understood. And then my last question I have for Mr. Ringel, and I have the code here, is for the steps that are going up to the, really where you're using it /sound room / just storage, is we did find the code that says that for unoccupiable spaces, such as rooms, enclosed spaces, and storage spaces that are not designed for human occupancy, for public accommodations, or for work areas, do not, I'll show you the code. It's section 553.501. And it says that the ADA standards for accessible design do not relieve the owner of any building, structure, or facility governed by those sections from the duty to provide vertical accessibility to all levels above and below the occupiable grade level, regardless of whether the standards require an elevator to be installed in such building, structure, or facility, except for.
Correct, and you are 100% correct in that statement. You do not need an elevator. You do not need any type of vertical accessibility, but the stairs still have to meet the minimum requirements of Chapter 10, which is the handrail and the uniformity of the stairs.
The the steps are off by 1 inch. We make that correct.
So I'm not gonna, let me stop everybody. I'm not gonna spend time at this hearing weeding through the technical requirements of the Florida Building Code. I'm gonna require compliance with building permit requirements and code requirements, but we're not gonna hash through what those technical aspects are in this hearing. That's way above my pay grade. So, and here's what I'm gonna do in this case, both of these cases. First, I find proper notice, the respondents, representatives are present, the city has proper notice documentation in its files. In the case ending in 382, I'm going to find that the respondent has complied with City Code 12-7 and 23.4-19. I'm going to find that property remains in violation of 12-18, 12-7. No, 12-7 was complied. I apologize. So I'm going to find the property remains in violation of 12-18. 2-75.9 and 23.2-21. I am not making a finding on the use and occupancy, which is 14-35. I will continue that to the April agenda.
I don't think you addressed the electrical panel one, the one I was most concerned about, 2-75.6.2.
Sorry, I had lumped that in with 14-35. Yes. The 2-75.6.2, I also make the finding a violation. For those code sections, I'm going to accept the city's recommendation, require compliance by April 28th of this year. Thereafter, daily fines of $250 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. I will award the administrative costs of $425.29 payable by April 28th. I'm not making a finding on the use and occupancy certificate section, which is 14-35. We'll continue that to the April agenda. And as well, we'll continue I'm not going to make any findings on the case ending in 1903, and we'll continue that to the April agenda as well. In the meantime, please work together, try and get through these facade issues, the parking issues, and the other things that are holding up the use and occupancy certificate. But clearly the building permit and minimum property standard stuff needs to be taken care of before then. Did you get all that, Krista?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that is how we will proceed on this one. And hopefully, when I see everybody back in April, we'll have figured some stuff out.
Awesome.
Thank you both.
Thank you so
Your
much.
Honor.
Do we get a verbatim recording of this?
It's on YouTube.
Oh, it's not.
But there'll be a audio recording.
Yes.
And also this is on YouTube.
Yeah,
It's on
Oh,
YouTube.
really?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we need to take a recess
You need to
at this
recess
point?
for-
Do I need to move my car?
I don't believe we need to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both very much.
Okay, what's the ticket? You can get a ticket.
All right, then why don't we go ahead and take, how long of a recess?
You want to take a recess?
Yeah, we can take 5. It's 11:06. Let's see if we can be, how close we can be back to 10 after as we can.
Okay.
More or less, but we'll go off the record. Just the next case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Good time.
I knew this was gonna be.
Hey, Krista, this is Keith. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm gonna mute the commission chamber. So when we come back, can you, you're gonna have to unmute them because I don't want the recess to have any, volume.
Okay.
So I can leave it going, but just remember, everything is being recorded. I can't stop the recording.
Can you mute it, but how do we unmute it?
The button on the speakers, the microphone system will usually, like, if you try pressing it for me, like you should see it. There's a few of them on all the speakers. Yeah, like right now, yeah, like you're muted now, and if you press it again, it should unmute.
Okay.
Keith, can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry.
Sorry.
Are you ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Okay, make sure cam goes back on.
Oh, yes, in Zoom. I apologize. Okay, I turned video on. Why do I not see?
I know, I'm not seeing it either. Oh, is the lens cap on?
No.
Just try to stop and start again.
Yeah, it's been good.
Hold on, I'm gonna stop your video from here and then I'm gonna ask you to start it. Okay, by any chance, did anything come loose? They were waiting
That's
for
what I'm looking for. Did anybody happen to click the? Anything loose on the? I'm gonna get out of your way. No, okay.
If you need to, you can just exit the meeting and re-enter it. It's still streaming, so it won't affect it.
All right, I'm going to leave.
Okay.
Keith, can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, and I got the camera back.
Fabulous.
Okay, y'all are good to go.
Okay, let's go back on the record. It's about 11:15. Where are we going on the agenda next?
We are going to page 8, item number 19, case number 20-496. Property address is 400 Barnett Lane. Property owner is American Builders and Contractor Supply Company, East. Officer Hicks.
Got it. All right, sir, I'm going to hear from Officer Hicks, and then I'll come back, place you under oath, and I'll get your testimony.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Will you swear anybody in?
I'll swear him in after you finish.
Okay. Case number 20-0496, Bobby Hicks, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Enforcement. Property owner is American Builders and Contractor Supply Company, Inc. Property location is 400 Barnett Lane. I do have a designated agent form into the file so the client can speak. Violations found on the property were sections 12-18 to remove all garbage, trash, and debris from property. Sections 14-35, owner must pass UNO inspection. Section 2-75.6.2, observe parking area, islands, curves, and concrete structure barriers in disrepair. They need to repair all holes, breaks, and cracks in the internal walls. 23.4-19, remove all pallets and industrial material from parking area. Section 23.4-7, reseal and restripe entire parking area. Replace any missing and damaged permanently anchored wheel stops. Permits and inspections are required. Permit 20-3923 has been obtained to do the reseal and restriping of the parking lot. Formal notification by certified mail was sent out on 9/24/2020. Certified mail was received on 3/24/2020. Posted a property on 3/13/2020. Compliance extension was given from May 28th, 2020 to January 28th, 2021. Property was re-inspected on 9/9/2020, 12/22/2020, and January 27th, 2021, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken of all the violations. I have had personal contact with the property manager. Recommendation time to all the repairs is April 28th of 2021, or fines of $150 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29, also to be paid by 4/28 of 2021.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me place you under oath, sir. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
My name is Michael Campbell from ABC Supply. I'm the branch manager.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Would you like my personal address or the business address?
No, business is fine.
Okay. It's 400 Barnett Lane in Lake Worth, Florida, 33461.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I agree with Officer Hicks. I don't have any disagreement for any of the items that were on the violation report. We did rectify immediately upon being served the trash issues, the inventory storage issues and what have you. And we took care of that right away. As far as the parking lot and restriping, as he stated earlier, permit has been issued for that. However, it took a little bit longer to get through the permitting process than we had anticipated. And we're just waiting right now for the production team for our contractor to go ahead and schedule the parking lot restriping and recoding and surfacing.
Do you anticipate any issue getting that done before the end of April?
I do not, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else from the city? All right, then in this case, I do find proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation. I'm going to allow the respondent until April 28th of 2021 to bring the outstanding violations into compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. I will award the city's administrative costs of $425.29, which are also payable no later than April 28th. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we're staying on page 8, item number 21, case number 20-654. Property address is 1408 Cochran Drive. Property owner is Lorraine and Joseph Critelli, Officer Hicks, and we'll just wait for the respondent.
Thanks. Well, ma'am, I'm going to hear from Mr. Hicks, and after I've finished hearing his presentation, I'll come in over to you. I'm going to place you under oath, and then you can tell me about the case, all right? Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good morning, Bobby Hicks, City of Lake Forest Beach Code Enforcement. Case number 20-0654. Property owners Joseph and Lorraine Critelli. Property location is 1408 Cochran Drive. Property was found in violation of section 2-75.6.2 to remove all mildew and peeling paint and finish painting the house. Repair falling screen enclosure. That part of the enclosure has complied. It was removed. Swimming pools shall be maintained in clean and sanitary condition and good repair. House numbers must be placed on a house so they are visible from the street. Electrical riser must be repaired and attached to the house. Chain link fence and front yard needs to be repaired or removed. All sidewalks, walkways, stairs, driveways, and parking spaces and similar areas shall be kept in proper state of repair to minimize hazardous conditions. Section 2-75.6.6, remove all metal from covering windows. 12-18, remove all trash and debris from porch and around property. Section 2-75.9, cut and trim all landscaping to include bushes, trees, grass, weeds, and hedges, etc. Section 23.2-21, voided permit 05-30615 for the AC unit needs to be inspected and closed out. Also, please obtain, finalize, and close out permits for resurfacing and resealing the driveway. To achieve compliance, permits must be applied for, obtained, finalized, and closed. Issued a formal notice of violation and hearing by certified mail on February 5th of 2020 and September 24th of 2020. Certified mail was received on September 28th, 2020. Compliance extension was given from 4/30 of 2020 till today, January 28th, 2021. Property was re-inspected on 6/8, 8/7, 9/3 of 2020, 1/5, and 1/27 of 2021, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken of all the violations and are attached inside the folder. I've talked to the property owner one time on the phone in 2020. The city's recommendation is to comply by 3/1 of 2021 or fines of $150 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29, also to be paid by March 1st of 2021.
So the swimming pool is no longer,
The swimming pool cage has been removed, the screen enclosure.
is the pool otherwise?
Pool is still in disrepair, it's in green.
No, but is there, since the screen enclosure was removed, is there a code compliant barrier around the pool?
There is a chain link fence that
Okay. Thank
keeps
you.
people out of the back.
Okay. All right, ma'am, let me go ahead and place you under oath. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you could tell me about the case.
My name is Lorraine Critelli. My husband's dead. Joseph P. Critelli died in 2003. 1408 Cochran Drive, Lake Worth, Florida. Lakewood Beach now, Florida, 33461. What else was I supposed to tell you? I'm a nervous wreck. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
I said, what else am I supposed to tell you?
whatever you'd like.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not in compliance. I really am. I've been very depressed. My son died in October. Before that, back in February, he was arrested in March, put in jail. He didn't get out until, I'm not sure, but I think it was July of 2020. No, it was longer. He was only out a few months. And he was supposed to help me. I don't have a computer. But believe it or not, I have internet, but I don't have a computer. My son had the computer. It's locked. My grandson has it. He can't get it unlocked. I've made arrangements at work They're gonna help me. They're gonna help me get names. You can't even get a phone book in the library. I have no way to even contact people. That's what my son was helping me with. That's how we found the contractor. The only contractor I could get to come to even look at the back screen was from Dade County. I mean, it's been really hard. And I've been so depressed since his death that I'm just starting to, come out of it now. I've been able to work. That's about it. I just asked for a bigger extension, please, so I could get this stuff done. I want to live in my house. I love my house, but I can't take the panels off the windows until I actually move back in. I'm afraid to go back in with right now. I'm just afraid.
Well, the city is recommending that you be given until March 1st to get these violations corrected. Do you think you can get them done within that amount of time?
It all depends on what the contractors are. I can make phone calls. The people at work, I'm supposed to go there right after I leave here. And they're going to help me with numbers and, it will be the computer stuff so I can get people to come out. I have the line on a handyman for the assorted little things that have to be done. I will say Mr. Hicks has been a great help. But it's he can't recommend people, you know how it is. But I really think I'm going to need till April. Just not so much for my schedule, because I can make the phone calls and stuff, but I can't make them do it when I want it done.
All right, well. And this case has been going on for a little while, but we have been dealing with COVID. I'll give you a little bit more time than that, because I don't want to set you up for failure, but you do need to make this work a priority.
Move into my house. I just stay there and retire finally.
Yeah. All right, thank you, ma'am. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
No, but I thank you very much. It's really been heavy on my mind.
Sure. Anything else from the city?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, first, I find that the city has proper notice. Ms. Critelli is present at the hearing, and you have the proper documentation in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to allow until that April 28th deadline that we've been talking about. I'm going to give you until at the end of April 28th.
Thank you so much.
To come into compliance. But after that, I am going to accept the city's recommendation on daily fines. And if it's not complied by then, there will be daily fines of $150 per day until you get it into compliance. And the city is awarded its administrative costs of $425.29, and those need to be paid by April 28th as well. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much, man. Good luck.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Bill.
Next, we're going to go to page 15, item number 38, case number 19-2013. Property address is 1106 12th Avenue South. Property owner is CNA Holdings of Palm County, Inc. Officer Turek.
All right, sorry that I had a hard time getting to that page. Which agenda item is it?
It's item number 38, sir.
38, okay. Got it.
Oh, okay. Is he in here?
He's coming.
Come on,
Morning.
welcome back.
And I don't think I've sworn you in yet.
Not yet, right.
I'll take the file.
Do you want me standing?
If you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury, your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead and sit down, and then as soon as the respondent gets in the room, you can present the case, and then we'll swear them in and hear from them.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Right there.
Morning, sir. I'm going to hear from the city's code enforcement officer, and after I've heard from them, I'll come back to you, place you under oath, and then you could tell me about the case, all right? Thank you. Go ahead.
Stu Elatori for Code Officer for the City of Lake Worth Beach. This case number is 19-2013. The address, the owner is CA Holdings of Palm Beach County, Inc. The address is 11240 Brandywine Lane Way in Boynton Beach, Florida. Today's date, 1/28, excuse me. Property location is 1106 12th Avenue South. I'm going to describe the violations, and you have them in front of you, I believe, as well. The first violation is trash and debris. They just need to make sure all the trash and debris is gone, cleaned up from the property. And then the other next violation is 1218, and that is, excuse me, back up. The 1217, forgive me, is the placement of the garbage cans. They need to be out of public view. 1218 is the trash and debris, to remove all the trash and debris, keeping the areas free of garbage, trash, waste, refuge at all times. They're also responsible for the parkway and swale, one half of the street and the right of way. Next violation is the 1432, to apply and obtain the Lake Worth business license. 1435 is to pass the use and schedule and pass the use and occupancy inspection. Next violation is general requirements 2-75.6.2. That would be to repair the parking lot, remove attached structure and old small shed, clean and paint porch and walkway, and please clear walkway of any obstructions. The parking lot is not complied yet. It needs to have a permit and then be resurfaced and line striped for the tenants. 23.221 is the next violation for the building department permits, which is apply, obtain, final, and close window permit, and apply, obtain, close the paving of the parking lot permit. And those are all of the violations. There's documents there for you as far as the license, the permit being in a disapproved status right now. Mr. DeVoe will explain why. And basically the no Lake Worth business license at this time.
Okay. What remedy are you recommending?
The remedy, I was offering Mr. DeVoe 90 days, which would be 4/30/21, and a fine of $150 per day. That's also 90 days.
Sorry, what was the 90 days? What's the date?
The date's 4/30/21.
We should make it consistent.
4/28.
Yes, that's what we're doing for every.
28 is the date.
Yeah.
And you are requesting your administrative costs as well?
Yes, the 4/25/29.
Okay.
Should be paid within the 90 days as well.
Yep. Okay, thank you very much. Let me place you under oath, sir, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Affirm.
Okay, if you can tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
Wait a minute. My name's Carl DeVoe. You got a minute, Your Honor?
Beg your pardon?
I don't have a slide screen here, but have they showed you that property from the beginning?
I've got quite a few pictures in the file that I've seen.
Have they showed you the property when it was before I started?
You have additional photographs that you want me to look at? Is that?
Ma'am, did you show them the picture before the windows and all that stuff?
Yes, there were.
Show them the pictures. You know, I want to tell you something, Your Honor. I got all respect for you.
Okay.
Right. I just sit on the Code Enforcement Board. Code Enforcement Board is here to make sure people comply and keep on working on their property to make sure it's bringing it in compliance. All right. Now, if they show you the picture what the property was, now you got a second. I want you to sit over here and look at these pictures here.
No, I'm not gonna come sit over there.
I can pass you this.
Sir.
I can pass them to you.
Well, if you want to show me any pictures, I need you to show them, first of all, to the.
You know, when you come to court, you got to have proof of what you're doing. Okay. So you can show.
This is not a courtroom. I am not a judge. This is an administrative hearing, and I'm a hearing officer.
You like a judge?
I'll be happy to look at your pictures, but I want to, let's make that clear. So, like I said, I'll be happy to look at your pictures as long as the city gets a chance to look at them first.
Mr. Magistrate, let me just make this statement. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant what it was like before and what it's like now. If he's in violation of the code, he's in violation of the code.
Your Honor, with all
understand,
I want to show you something. Okay. You can just go down. I'm gonna show you something. All right.
Let me see. Okay.
I don't want
to touch your phone, and you don't want me to touch your phone.
you come and take a look, see, okay? All right. People live inside this place. So I had to move people around to make sure, I would give them something, but I would live myself. All right. Okay, here we go. See this?
Mm-hmm.
See?
Is this, what are these pictures depicting?
The inside of the property. All right, painted, brought up the code, everything looked nice because people lives inside here. Right? You didn't see anything going on the outside because I had to clean up and make sure people was it was a livable condition so people can
Let me stop you there.
Inside it.
Pictures of the inside, none of the
No.
Sir, my turn right now. The code enforcement case that I've been presented with does not talk about the inside of the property. Nobody's alleging that you're in violation of anything on the inside of the property. So what I need to know about is the storage and accumulation of the trash and debris.
Clean, done, gone.
So the exterior, the parking lot issue, the
parking lot is not done yet.
So nobody's alleging you to be in violation of interior issues. So if you have, if that's what you're showing me is pictures of the inside, that it doesn't matter. Nobody's saying that you've done, that there's any code violations on the inside.
The pictures are on the inside.
The picture, I have a picture from the outside. I have a picture from the outside from taken this morning, that the trash and everything is gone. I took that, that's all that right here.
Okay,
you want to take a look at that?
The city and ask them to come and take a look at it?
Beg pardon?
Did you, after you cleaned all that up, did you?
I told her yesterday, and I told her Monday that I would have the trash removed yesterday because I was going to Miami in the morning to get my COVID shot. When I got back, I sent my guys over there. They moved all the trash out of there. Now, that's not the point. That's the point I'm trying to tell you, sir, this right here, okay? The reason why the windows permit is not closed because the window inspector asked me to get certain screws that comes out of China. Home Depot don't have it. Lowe's doesn't have it. Sue's doesn't have it. Only one person can get it from me, the guy not here by the railroad track. He haven't gotten them yet. All right. Now, I asked, I wouldn't be here today standing in front of you. I had a stipulation to sign. All right. She wanted me to sign it for $150 a day. I'd already spent $200,000 on the building. All right. And I told her I would give her $50 a day. All right. You laugh and she's skinny, she laughing, the code compliance is not here to rob people. They're not here to pick people pocket. They're here to get people to come into compliance. All right? That what code compliance is here for. All right? All right. I am here personally. I showed up here personally this morning. Didn't sign it because I told her I would give her $50. All right, because I don't know when the screws are gonna come in. Now, I can get the licenses, all right? But I can't guarantee the windows are gonna get closed on time because I've been trying to get, I'm trying to get 3 air conditioners for the last 4 months from BrandSmart, and I can't even get that, okay? Because of the federal guidelines and things coming in from imports coming from China. Now, I'm here, you know, I want you to take a hard look at that property and all the work I've done. It's not like I've been sitting on my hands not doing anything. Sure, I can do the asphalt, but I cannot guarantee windows. I've been waiting for the screws for 4 months, 5 months, and the guy told me to get them. You can see I'm not a slacker, okay? If you look at the property from where it was and where it is today, all right, you can see I put impact windows in. Those are the type of windows that I put out there in that building. I protect those people now. And this is a nonprofit organization. All right. If you look at this is not something like a regular apartment building. These people have mental issues. They're the person who runs that building. I took it over from a guy who passed. Another guy was going to buy. They were going to jack up the rent to $1,200. People, they can't afford it. Some people only pay $200 in there. That's the kind of person you're looking at. All right. Now I'm asking.
Special Magistrate, you guys are muted.
Thank you. I think I fixed it. Is that better?
Steve, can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Is that better? You can hear me now?
Oh, he's hitting that, he's muting.
Yep, it's working.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to turn here.
Oh, is that what happened? Okay.
So this is where we are. This is where we are today. The code compliance officer is to help people, not hurt, and to respect people. They gave me time since 2019, but from 2019, you can see the work I've done. I spent over $200,000 on it. Money from other properties just to put in this building so these people have a decent place to live. Those windows, those impact windows, you know, impact windows are not cheap windows. Doors are not cheap doors. I've done everything I'm supposed to do, but when they come for the inspection, I'll go even as far as to apply for the license. I apply for the license, but they're not giving a license until I pass inspection. And when I'm not going to pass inspection, until I get the screws.
He has a second permit.
I understand.
So it's a catch-22. And then at $150 a day, these people think money grows on trees. And if it's not 10 days, that's $1,500.
I understand that as well.
It's not, you know, if I didn't do anything at all, not one thing at all, it would be worthy of $250, $150. I wouldn't be up here arguing about anything. But kind of work I've already done in this property, kind of things I've already done. Everybody say how nice the property look. You know, it would have been easy to say, okay, Mr. DeVoe, we're going to give you time. $50 a day is reasonable. $2 more than reasonable. You know, but not them. Not them. Not someone. If they would have done this, I wouldn't even been here today. I had other appointments to keep, but I came up here to speak to people who can't speak for themselves sometimes. What's fair and what's fair and equitable. Sometimes evaluation need to be done. All right, on certain processes, how things being ran up in the city. Now, I'm asking you. I'll sign $50 a day. Now, Because I shouldn't even be charged court costs and all this crap because the Father Mills, I agreed this the first time.
So, sir, this is not a negotiation. I get to make the decision. I'm not negotiating.
I'm saying, but if they would have accepted this the first time yesterday, I wouldn't even be in here. You wouldn't even see me. And the problem is, I wouldn't even be in front of you. The problem, sometimes a fair and just decision, all right, by the people who run the code compliance, all right, and say, okay, this guy has spent a lot of money on this property. This guy has done trying to do what he's supposed to do. Just education decision will say, hey, this man is not no slacker. This man is doing what he's supposed to do. He needs more time.
I understand, and I appreciate your comment.
Based on the circumstances, with the imports the way they are, all right. I think I'll put forward a just case, and I'm asking you for leniency. I'm asking you for understanding, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
And I want to keep in mind, this is a 501c3 non-profit. There's nobody making no money on this building over here.
Understood.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else from the city?
I just, I went to the violations. I just wanted to put this on record that this case was cited originally 4/29/19. The notice was issued. The formal notice was on 9/24/20. It was accepted, received September 30th of 2020. And it has been postponed from 3/26/20 to 5/28/20 until today, 1/28/21.
All right. Here's what I'm doing in this case. First, find proper notice. Respondent is present. City has the appropriate notice documentation in its file. I am going to make a finding based on the testimony and the evidence that the property remains in violation as cited. If you've cleaned certain things up, city needs to come out and inspect it and sign off on it and make sure it's done correctly. From what you're telling me, you've done some of this stuff already. So it shouldn't be a problem. I am going to accept the city's recommendation. I'm going to allow 90 additional days for the respondent to bring the property into compliance. That's April 28th. Thereafter, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. I'm going to award the administrative costs of $425.29, also payable by April 28th. Now, all that, sir, my turn. You had your turn. It's my turn. Now, all that being said, if it's getting to the end of April and you haven't gotten the screws you need to close out the permit, my very strong suggestion to you is that between now and then you do everything possible to get them. But if everything else is done, and I'm going to put this on the record and tell you right now, if all the other violations are cured before the April 28th deadline, and you've done everything that's reasonable to try and get the building permit closed out, and you've been unsuccessful because you can't get the materials you need, then I would strongly recommend you ask for an extension. And if you do, and I see all of that everything else is complied and you've done everything reasonable to get the screws, I will grant you an extension of time to continue to work to get the screws. I think that's as reasonable and as fair as I can possibly be, but that requires you to comply with everything, sir. That requires you to comply with everything else and do whatever is reasonable to close out that permit. And if you need more time and you show me all that, I will give you more time. That's the order that I will sign. Thank you very much.
I would like to add one thing. Mr. DeVoe handed me a check for the stipulated agreement that was void, and I'd like to return it to him on the record.
Stipulated agreement there was no agreement.
Right, on the voided.
Shit.
Mr. Dole, let me just say this. $150 a day is not unusual. That is, there was a very nice elderly lady who was given the same.
$150 for people who haven't done anything. $50 a day is good for people who.
I need to have, sir, we're through with your case. Sir, we're through with your case. Do I need to have you escorted from the room by law enforcement? I have other matters to hear. I'm not going to stand here and listen or sit here and listen to you argue.
This is not right.
Okay, we're going to go to page 17, item number 41, case number 19-4386. Property address is 1711 Sixth Avenue South. Property owner is FLSHLF1RE, Officer Turek, and we're just going to wait for the respondent.
I'm sorry, which case number?
Case number 19-4386, it's page 17, item number 41.
Mhm. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm going to hear the case presented by the city's code enforcement officer. After she's finished, I'll come back to you, place you under oath, and then you can tell me everything that you need to about the case. All right? All right. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Savella Turek, City of Lake Worth, code compliance. This is case number 19-4386. Owner is FLSHLFIRE. Address is 368 New Hampstead Road, Suite 309 in New York City. Property location 1711 6th Avenue South, 101. The violations described here are the 1419, 14-32, 14-35, all pertain to the owner and obtaining the City of Lake Worth business license. And then there's a violation for 23.221 for the permits that are required. It's a generator and a slab that needs to be closed out. Also, he needs to apply and obtain a permit for the electrical wires attached to the fence. The fence permit was closed though, but there's still some type of electrical work has to do with the generator.
So the generator and slab permit was issued but needs to be closed. The fence permit was closed and an electrical permit still needs to be.
Correct. And I think you have those papers in front of you with the permits. This case was open 12/17/2019. Formal notice was issued 12/18/19. Certified mail was received October 1st, 2020. Case was originated for 3/26/20 and extended to today, 1/28/21. Been to the property several times. I've spoke to the representative and the owner several times. Re-inspected it on 1/4/21. Have spoken with the customers, and the city is recommending the amount of time to be March 1st, 2021. At a cost of $150 per day if it's not complied. Also to be complied within 30 days and paid by 3/1. The hearing costs of $429.25 to be paid by 3/1/21.
Okay, thank you. Let me, are you both going to be speaking? All right, let me go ahead and place you under oath, sir. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
Andrew Ressler, 9516 Abbott Avenue, Surfside, Florida.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just one note, the electrical is an add-on. I never heard of that one.
That one was included with the permit, the original. Oh, you can't.
That's in relation to the generator?
Yes.
Oh, it's just part of the generator.
Yes,
Okay,
it's an
sorry.
electrical inspection for the generator.
Okay, my misunderstanding. So basically, we've resolved other issues. We right away applied on behalf of the owner for the business receipt, tax, occupational license. The issue was the open permits. And there was more than just the generator. So we had to pull a permit for a fence. We had to pull a permit for some electric for some lighting. We did those, we closed those. And what we needed was a inspection on the owner's behalf. So originally that inspection was supposed to take place in September while they were doing the one for the facility, for the business that's there, not for the landlord, but they were supposed to do them together. That didn't happen, but I don't know that that really matters because they would have failed because of the open permit. So the permit for the generator was, I guess, in December 2019. And they ordered the generator, it was an 80 kW. This is based on the state rule that went into law for nursing homes to have generators that handle air conditioning for the residents. Yep. So there was basically it was like a 30 square foot allotment per resident. So the original idea was to pick up resident rooms and some bigger common areas. They were going to do that with an 80 kW generator, kilowatt generator. During COVID, well, there's other delays. You want to hear all of them?
Tell me whatever you.
Okay, so they ordered the generator 12 to 16 weeks. During that, I think sometime in March, the factory that was manufacturing these shut down for 2 months. When they reopened, they were having trouble getting parts, parts for engines and stuff like that. So that's another delay. But during COVID, and it didn't happen right away, but it happened when it started getting really bad. The AHCA, the Agency for Healthcare Administration, they oversee the nursing homes. They started coming, and by the way, we have an interim plan in place that covers, it was similar to the original permanent plan, but it's an interim plan.
Okay.
So they were coming in and saying, oh, that plan's no longer good. It was approved, but it's no longer good because of social distancing. So we kind of put our heads together with the facility. I mean, and we're trying to do the right thing. We're trying to do what's best for the residents. And we're trying to go to 150 kW generator to pick up the whole building, which will be the best. However, what we normally do when we do that is we get a peak load study from the utility. Now they're coming back to us and saying, we can't give you that based on the meter or something to do with that. So we're still trying to work that out. There may be other ways. I have a call into Peter Ringel, a building official, to see what else the contractor can do, or engineer. But assuming we got the approval from the city, because now the plans would need to be revised, but they can only make the revisions when they know the peak, because you have to provide the amount of power for the peak. So they're saying once we would get the approval from the city on these revisions, we can have this done in 90 days. But we're not at that approval state yet.
Okay, so you need, you're telling me you need more than 90 days to get.
I probably need a minimum of 30 days to get these approvals going, and it's a variable.
Okay, let me hear back from the city on the respondent's request for, you're recommending March 1st. They're saying they need significantly more time than that.
I was unaware of the utility meter that he had just mentioned. I can check with the utilities and, see what they think. What is your recommendation? I didn't know there was any issue with the utilities and a meter.
I don't know if he's even given, are you given a time frame to get this done? What was your time frame?
I would rather be safe than sorry, so I would ask for 150 days just to give me that time. But if I had the approval today, which I don't, they're saying that the contract's saying we could have this done in 90 days. So if you just give me 90 days, I don't know that it'll be enough.
I would say.
So 120 minimum.
I would say we bring it back for a status in 90 days to see what he has. Because if he doesn't have something to show us, come with some paperwork to show that he's moving forward, we would want the fines to start accruing.
So. Okay. Is there anything else, sir, that you'd like to tell me?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, one thing, I mean, this project is not, I represent the owner, but I'm not the contractor, I'm not the engineer. I do not control them. Yes, we pay them, we hire them, it's our building, but we don't control them. Any of the items on the code compliance issues that I can control, we took care of.
So, and what I'm hearing is that you are trying. I don't hear that you're just ignoring the issues. I hear that you're trying to get this in for a landing. But there have been issues that have come up. So,
I mean, can I say one other thing? Just so you know, we're trying to get this done. We're currently renting the interim plan and paying monthly a lot of money for a rental generator, fuel tank, everything. So it's in our best interest to get this project done.
Sure. So I kind of like the city attorney's suggestion. I think what I'm going to do, I do first of all find proper notice in this case. I am going to make a finding that the property is in violation as cited, but I'm not going to set a compliance deadline today. I'm going to set this for a status hearing on the April, 28th agenda. So let's, continue to do everything that you can in good faith, and let's see what forward progress has been made by the time we are at the end of April. And at that point, we will, based on what you've done and where we are, I will make a final compliance deadline in order, and then what'll happen is if that deadline is not met, then there will be daily fines associated with that. But I will give you the opportunity to come back at the end of April and we'll see where we are. I will award the city's administrative cost of $425.29, which I would like to have paid before the April hearing as well. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Sure, yeah.
Where will that be sent somewhere so you know the exact amount and?
This order,
Yeah,
yes.
sent to the New York address?
Whatever address is on the property appraiser's website.
Okay, can I add an email address so I make sure I get it in a timely fashion?
If you can email Ms. Turek, she'll forward it to me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Down to now. Okay. So you're done for now.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to page 15, item number 37, case number 20-2299, property address is 604 Lake Avenue, property concern Avenue Development LLC, and this is Fire Inspector Del Rossi.
Do we have a respondent here for this case?
Yes, we're going to wait for him to be escorted in.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. I'm going to hear from the city. They're going to present the case. After they've concluded, I'll come back to you, place you under oath, and then you can tell me about the case as well, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed.
Okay, Inspector Nicole Del Rossi, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. On, let me see, November 29th, 2020, I went to the property on a complaint from our fire crews stating they didn't have access to the property. They'd gotten a call there in the middle of the night, so I went there to speak to them about putting up a fire department access box. And at that time, I realized that it's a fully sprinkled building. They had done, from what I was told, a demolition permit about a year prior. When they did that, they completely removed the fire alarm system. NFPA requires if it's a sprinkled building, there needs to be a fire alarm panel. And so what I cited them for was until there is a working fire alarm in that building, there needs to be a fire watch, which is required 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until we have a functioning fire alarm. Emailed the property back and forth, met with the property's representative there, explained to them exactly what needed to be done. There's history of emails back and forth between the property and I, the fire marshal. They were asking if they could use cameras to do the fire watch. They were told no, there need to be security on site. They, to this date, and I just went there, there are updated pictures from, I was there January 21st, and still nothing is being done. So the property is sitting there, no fire watch. They had submitted for a permit about a month ago, but there has been no inspections. It hasn't been filed, no, nothing like that. When I went there, you can see in the pictures that the alarm devices for the sprinkler haven't been installed yet or anything like that. So I can't see any work having been completed yet on that system. So what we're asking for is, you know, it's a definite life safety issue. There's no protection in that building to notify the fire department if the sprinkler system goes off or if there's a problem in that building. So we're asking for them to comply and do the fire watch immediately until that alarm system is up and running 100%. And it, you know, and then if they don't comply, the $250 a day.
Okay, let me come over to you, sir. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
Federico Baldeschi Baleani, 50 Southeast 12th Street, Boca Raton, Florida.
Yes, sir.
432.
Go ahead.
There's a couple of extenuating cases, situations with this case. We, as Inspector Del Rossi said, we've been working with the city the whole time. We just had our fire alarm and fire sprinkler permit approved. The plans, I have the letter from Fire Rescue saying the fire alarm plans are approved. So we would have started work on that already. The tenant who Inspector Del Rossi met died unexpectedly. I don't know if you had heard, but the larger gentleman, Daniel DeLige, the tenant who was putting in the commercial space there, who the permit is also tied to, died 5 weeks ago. We have been in, we were expecting to have already the fire alarm being installed right now. We would like to ask for a little bit of extension of time due to the extenuating circumstances.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
I just say that they can have time that they need, but they need to be completing this fire watch 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until this alarm is functioning.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I understand the extenuating circumstances, but if there's no fire alarm system, then there needs to be the fire watch in place. So obviously it's in your best interest to get, now that you've got the permit issue, to get that alarm installed, but in the meantime, until the alarm has been installed and properly inspected and the fire department has signed off on the alarm, you got to have that fire watch in place. So I do find proper notice in this case. I find the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to require, I'm glad to hear that the permit's been approved, but I do require the fire watch be started immediately until the alarm has been installed and whatever the proper terminology is signed off, or the permit's been closed out, whatever it requires. And if that is not done, there will be daily fines of $250 per day until compliance is achieved. So get that fire watch in place and get the alarm installed, and that'll take care of it. Okay.
So I can understand, because this is the first time we've owned this property for 3 years. We've done everything by the book. When we disconnected the fire alarm, the city approved the disconnection of the fire alarm. And then I was told by the inspector that somehow the city forgot to present it to the fire department. So I'm kind of confused as to why because of the neglect of the city to present the fire alarm to the fire rescue. Now we were allowed to do something on permit 194012, which is disconnect. And we did it, and we closed the permit. Peter Ringel and the building department closed the permit. So we thought we were in compliance. And I don't understand how all of a sudden, I mean, it just seems again, that we've paid over 100,000 in taxes. A lot of that goes to Lake Worth, the fire department. We've done everything in compliance. So all of a sudden be treated like we're, well, like $250 a day. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not even the owner, I'm a representative, so it's not my money.
So
But it just seems not.
The thing I would say is that this, you know, I don't agree that this is all of a sudden. This has been going on October, November, so this has been going on for almost 4 months.
But I can show you the.
Well, sir, I've already entered my order in this case. I mean, you can have these discussions with the fire inspector's
When does
office.
the fine start, I guess, or how does that work, or how?
And
I didn't hear you say that.
what did I say?
The fine starting.
Oh, I'm accepting the city's recommendation, 250. A fire watch is put in place immediately, and if not, daily fines of 250 a day until compliance is achieved.
So it would be as of today.
So that's a,
The 250 starts when, today?
we're trying to figure out.
Either today, there's either a fire watch put in place or a daily fine of, or daily fine starts. So this is, I agree, this is a life safety situation, and, you know, according to the testimony in the
Way to
file, this,
appeal this, or?
this has been going on for 4 months, so, there you go.
Circuit court. I mean, there's nothing to present here, all the permits, all the approvals by the fire rescue as it stated a month ago, saying that the fire alarm is okay. I have the paper, I have the thing right here.
You have a fire, are you telling me you have a fire alarm that's installed and operational right now?
No, I have.
You have a fire watch in place right now.
From the Palm Beach Fire Rescue dated 12/21, saying that the fire alarm is approved. And
That's the plan review that says what you want to do is approved. But you either have to have an alarm or a fire watch. You have neither. So or there will be daily fines. Those are your choices. I've entered, okay, here we go again. I've entered my order. Those discussions need to happen offline with the appropriate city officials.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Going to go to page 13, item number 33, case number 20-2023. Property address is 325 South Dixie Highway. Property owner is Fabian B. Sosa, Fire Inspector Dorasi, and we'll wait for the respondent.
Yeah.
That's a large. It's a large.
Oh, sorry. Okay, hello, sir. The way we'll proceed is I'm going to hear from the city. They're going to present the case. I'll come back to you after that, place you under oath, and you can tell me about the case as well. Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead and whenever you're ready.
Okay. Inspector Del Rossi, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. This is regarding 325 South Dixie Highway. It's a property that has 2 structures on the property. The first building is 1 through 7. The second building is 8 through 14. Upon completing my inspection on 3/9/20, let me see, I could not gain access to multiple units. There was units, hold on. Unit number 7, unit number 3, and I believe unit number 11. I could not gain access. I still have not been able to gain access to those units. Units 9 through 11, which are Lake Worth attraction, there is fire alarm and sprinklers in those units.
There is what? I'm sorry.
Fire alarm and sprinklers.
Okay.
Fire sprinklers in those units. They were not being maintained, monitored. Nothing was being done with those systems there. There was some thatching that needed to be treated, extension cords. There were several electrical violations within there. And then on the outside of the buildings, there were throughout the entire outside of the property, there are electrical violations that were either original fixtures were removed or things were added, but they were spliced extension cords. Nothing was done to NFPA 70 standards. So what I cited them for was to have the fire alarm inspected, monitored, maintained, the fire sprinklers inspected, to have permits pulled and approvals for all the electrical work that was done outside that it wasn't to NFPA 70 standards. In unit number 5, there's a dentist office. When I went in, and there's pictures of all of this, when I went in there, one of their rooms had a combustible ceiling, so I said them that they need to replace that ceiling with a permit with approved materials. And then throughout, the Herbalife had some violations that still have not, that I'm aware of, have not been corrected. Electrical, there was a bed in there. It looked like someone was possibly living, sleeping in there. There was a rung lock on the back door. So there was multiple things that need to be addressed. I have spoken to Mr. Sosa, the property owner, on the phone, and there's a very large array of emails back and forth where I explained to him exactly on a multiple occasions on what needed to be done to correct these violations. And it got to the point where he accused me of ignoring emails from him, lying about things that he did. So at that point, I started CCing the fire marshal and my captain on all correspondence. On several occasions, he said he took care of violations when he hadn't. And it got to the point where I've been told by the fire marshal to not go back to the property until after this hearing.
And what is the remedy that the city is seeking in this case?
We're seeking that all permits that are required. So they submitted for, let me see, they submitted for the ceiling on January 7th, but no inspections or anything have been done with that. I spoke to the building official, Peter Ringel. He's not sure if the permit encapsulates the entire scope of what was done. He's not going to know that until inspections go out there. They submitted for an electrical permit on January 21st. I looked at the submittals. It does not encompass everything that was cited in the violations. It's probably about half of the violations that were cited. So we're asking for everything that is required to be submitted is submitted. All permits are inspected and finalized, and that we have, that we have documentation showing the sprinklers are inspected quarterly the way that they're supposed to be. The fire alarms are inspected semi-annually, and then we have proof that the fire alarm is being monitored. I received some information that he said that it was being monitored. I spoke to his company that did the inspections, and they said they weren't monitoring it. So I don't even know if it's being monitored at this point. So we're asking for, it's been going on since March. There are months and months of emails back and forth. So we're asking for, no more time be given in $250 a day until these violations are corrected. There are, several life safety issues that need to be addressed.
So this looks like it has some fire watch, missing alarm issues.
Yes, it's, and it's, we were trying to work with him, say, hey, look, you get this stuff taken care of, just show us that it's being monitored, that type of thing. And we can, take care of this, but it's just been argument after argument with him, and he doesn't seem to either understand or want to comply with everything that has been said.
In terms of the issues that require permits and inspections, based on your experience, assuming good faith efforts at forward progress starting immediately, what would it take in terms of time to get everything resolved? Is this a 30-day kind of turnaround, or is it going to take more time than?
They've already started submittal, so it's probably going to be some revisions, but they should be able to be done in that 30-day time frame.
Okay. All right, let me hear from the respondent. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
Yeah, sure. My name is Larry Taube, Taube. I'm an attorney, licensed to practice law in the state of Florida.
Okay.
My professional address is 500 Australian Avenue South, Suite 630, West Palm Beach, Florida 33401. And I don't know if you've gotten my letter, probably not yet, because I just got in this, but I do represent the property owner. And basically, I have two comments. Number one, I'm new in this case, and this is the first that I've heard that there was some kind of friction or back and forth, and whatever that's about, I apologize for that, and that's unacceptable. And I'll be more than happy to talk to my client and quarterback in order to get things done properly. That's number one. Number two, My understanding of the status is that this is basically a couple of buildings, problems throughout the building. He did pull a permit in order to get the work done. Unfortunately, the problem was that the contractor that he hired, he didn't understand that he wasn't licensed, or he thought that he had a permit. And so what happened, some of the work was done and then it didn't pass because it turned out that the contractor wasn't licensed or didn't pull the permit. So he had to redo it. And as we sit here today, my understanding is that the work has been done. He pulled a new permit and that the work has been done and he's waiting for an inspection. And I guess now I understand probably why there wasn't an inspection. Apparently there must be an issue. So the word is that all we need is for somebody to go inspect it and tell us that it's either passed, or if it's not passed, then we'll go ahead and immediately do it. And so that's, and I, I had a long list. So I unfortunately, there's no way that I can track. I tried to track, there were about 20 items or 30 items, and I'm not familiar enough to go into a deep dive on the minutia of each item. But I do, my understanding is that it's all been done, that it needs to be inspected. And if there's something that has not been done, then let us know. I will make sure that Mr. Sosa gets it done. I asked about, to try to figure out what's the outside, if there's something that needs to be done, we think that it all can be done in 30 days. If not, sooner than that. So that's what I'm asking. I'm asking that we get an inspection. I'll coordinate, find out what the issue is. And then if there's something that needs to be done, we'll get it done within 30 days.
So with that said, do you know, I understand what you said about not knowing the minutia, but on the fire alarm or fire watch required, is it your understanding that the alarms permits have been issued and the system's been installed, and that also just needs to be inspected and approved, or is?
I'm informed that that a permit was pulled, the work was done, and it's been completed, and it only needs to be inspected. And if I'm wrong about that, then
Yes, the city. Yeah. When was? Well, go ahead.
The alarm was there, so it didn't need permits, but what it needed was to be inspected.
Okay.
And made sure that everything is functioning properly, and then monitored by a fire alarm company.
Okay.
So what happened is I initially got a report from the fire alarm company saying that they were monitoring it. So I called to confirm just to make sure, and they're like, no, it said it was a local alarm, which means it's not monitored. Well, it's not a local alarm. So I went back to them and said, why are you putting this as a local alarm when it's monitored, required to be monitored? And they said, oh, well, it wasn't, so we just put it as local. Went back and talked to Mr. Sosa, had them send a new report showing that it was not being monitored. Went back to Mr. Sosa and said, look, it's not being monitored. You still have to be monitored. He sent an email saying, okay, it's being monitored now. I spoke to the alarm company that sent the report and they said, no, we are not monitoring it. So as far as I know right now, his system is not being monitored. That's part of the issue.
Okay.
And we haven't, he's also, his argument is there's a TV station in 9 and he has 10, 11 in storage. So his attitude is, I don't have to have this. I don't have to do it. There's no tenants in here, just my TV station and then the rest is storage. Fire code says it doesn't matter what's in there. If it's there, it has to be monitored and maintained properly. So that's part of the issue. We have no idea if it's being monitored right now.
Okay.
And my response is that I understand that if there was a life safety issue, then that has to be addressed immediately. So I just need to know specifically what it is. And if it's something that can be, it sounds like it's something that'll be done in a matter of days.
That's something that he could get a company out there to start monitoring it, go through, make sure everything is working properly and get it monitoring within a matter of today.
Yeah.
The electrical stuff, I can tell you, looking at the submittal, everything that was wrong is not on that submittal. So it's going to take going through that entire outside of that building and looking at, he has pictures of everything I cited and can see what was not on that permit and what is. And so that is going to need to be revised to encompass everything that was not installed properly.
Well, candidly, I didn't look at the permit with those eyes because I was under the impression that everything had been done. But what I'm hearing from you is that this fire alarm issue is a life safety issue that needs to be addressed. And I respect that and I understand that. So, whatever, I'll defer, but my thoughts are that today is Thursday. I don't know if it can be done today or tomorrow, but it sounds like it can be done with it. So I would just ask for a reasonable couple of days so that I can inform Mr. Sosa as soon as I leave, that's the issue, and I'll have him address it. The other issues with respect to the permit, I would ask for the 30 days. I hear what you're saying. I have not studied the permit to see if it is deficient, because my understanding was it was encompassing. If it is not, I'll be happy to send you an email and I will make sure that it gets done. And I would ask that, I get 30 days to get that up to speed. What I saw that a permit had been issued on the 27th. So I don't know what today is. Today's the 28th or the 29th.
Yeah, it was issued yesterday.
Yeah. And the issue was that he had to go from one contractor to another contractor. But I'm sure you're aware of it. I've got receipts that he's actually paid for the permit and had the permit pulled and all of that. And I think that was effective as of the 27th. So my guess is that whatever's deficient, that is not a life safety issue. I'm sure he's aware of it. If I can get 30 days to get that done, I'll stay on it and make sure it gets done.
Okay. And here's what here's what I'm going to do in this case. I do find proper notice. Respondent is represented by counsel and the city has proper notice documents in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I am going to find that the property remains in violation as cited. Let's see. Let's carve out NFPA 13.1.10, which is the fire watch required. Other than that, I'm happy to give the 30 days to comply. But on the 13.1.10, that needs to get resolved today, one way or the other, whether it's by verifying that the alarms are being monitored or by getting a fire watch in place. And if that's not done today, the daily fines of $250 per day will be assessed. And then likewise, if the 30-day deadline for all the other violations is not met, $250 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. Will award the administrative costs of $425.29, also payable within the 30 days. Okay.
With respect to the issue today, just in terms of timing, I know it sounds like there's a communication issue. I will, if you don't mind, I'll have Mr. Sosa communicate with somebody directly on that because I may be out of the office.
Whatever you need to do with that. Yeah,
so I'll let him know that it needs to be taken care of today.
Thank you very much.
And you should contact someone at fire as soon as it's taken care of.
I've sent a copy of the contract.
Ask him to send it via email so I have documentation of it and I can put it in the file. I prefer that's why we have so many email correspondence. I prefer email so that way there we have everything in writing and everything is clear.
I'll submit a letter so that I'm on the chain so that I can monitor it as well.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, I thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to page 14, item number 35, case number 20-2284. Property address is 604 North G Street. Property owner is Erie LWG5 LLC. Fire Inspector Del Rossi. And we'll just again wait for the respondent.
You say 25, what number?
Number 35, page 14. For North G Street. And as far as I know, this is our last respondent that is here.
Okay.
We have to make sure he has authorization to speak too.
Okay.
Case are you here for, sir?
I am here for case 20-2284.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm going to hear from the city's inspector first. After they've concluded their presentation, I'll come back to you, place you under oath, and then you could tell me about the case as well. Thank you very much. Whenever you're ready to proceed.
Is he a designated agent for the property? I don't get any of that documentation.
I have not received any designated agent form for the record.
Yes, I'm a property manager for the Erie companies, and one of the properties that we own is the 604 North G Street.
How do you want to?
That's fine. He's your property manager. He'll say that when he's under oath.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right, Inspector Del Rossi, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. The parcel is 604 North G Street, but the actual building that is in question is 610. And there's two different buildings on that property. I went there 9/14/2020 to do the annual inspection for the entire property. And upon going through and completing the inspections of the building and individual units, I discovered that there is no power to this property at all. In speaking with the tenants, there hasn't been property for the past 3 years. And what has happened is because the tenants do not have power, there's a lot of pictures in the file. They have taken the power out of the building, the wiring out of the building, spliced wires together with extension cords and have them plugged into portable generators in each unit. Major life safety issue. The generators are in the units. They have no power. Everything is pulled out of the buildings to power these generators so that there's car lifts, because every tenant in there is a vehicle repair shop. Every unit has car lifts. And so all of the power is pulled out of the hardwired NFPA 70 wiring out of the building, spliced into other wiring and put into portable generators. And so we immediately notified Peter Ringel, the building official. He sent out one of his inspectors, made sure power was cut off at the pole and told them that they needed to get permits and take care of everything immediately. No permits have been pulled. And as far as we are aware, all of these tenants are still running out of illegally spliced wiring into portable generators. So we asked that no more time be given and $250 a day until everything is, all permits for electrical and anything else that has been altered due to this lack of power are pulled, finalized, and all permits are closed out.
Okay, thank you. Let me go ahead and swear you in, sir. Swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and tell me your name and address, your affiliation with the property, and then you can tell me about the case.
My home address? My home address or?
Your business address is fine.
Okay, Andre Claremont. I work with the Erie companies, property manager, and the address is WR West Rogers Circle 6453, Boca Raton, Florida 33487.
Okay, and you're the property manager for the property in question?
Yes.
Okay. You okay to proceed? Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I recently have been informed of the case, and I did reach out to Ms. Del Rossi, correct? Did reach out and she reached back. And since I spoke to her, we've been taking steps and getting things back under control. So correct, there hasn't been power for a while, which was brought to my knowledge. I've been with the company for a year now, and this location, the Lake Worth location, I've been working with other locations, but the Lake Worth location is more recently. So with that being said, it just brought to my attention, we did start pulling permits for a few of the meters there. We had installed meters, I believe, a few years ago. However, we could not get, for some reason, there was some friction with the city in terms of getting power out there. I guess there wasn't some terms or circumstances met. And what we did now, what we're waiting on, we recently ordered some circuitry for the back panels of those meters, and delivery will be 4 weeks before we receive that. So we were asking for like an 8-week deferment on the case. But we are taking the steps.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anything else from the city on this one?
I would just say that, I don't understand, if they couldn't get power a few years ago, how could they, and there's no power to any of these tenants, how are these units even rented without power? It's a major fire hazard to have these wires, it's, I don't even think these units should be occupied until then, but I don't have that say.
Okay.
So for him to say it's gonna take 4 weeks, they've had no power, literally according to the tenants, for 3 years.
All right.
And did you say that you have already put in for permits?
We have some permits put in. We work with, Jeremy Scott, I believe is one of the inspectors. Yeah, we've contacted him. We've done some inspections on some meters before on a few violations. So we've been working with him and trying to get everything.
But do you actually have a permit in hand?
No, ma'am, no permit in hand right now.
Have you applied for a permit?
We have, but there's about like 3 different addresses for the buildings, so maybe under a different address. I can.
Okay, we really need to know because what are the addresses? You look,
The only one with the permit is 604 North G A. And they had a permit closed out on October 27th, 2020. But it was just to repair the meter room. Repair something in the meter room, that was it.
There's a
But
more
none of the
recent
other
one as
bays
well.
have permits.
And that was 604, not 610?
That was 604. 604 North G Bay A, isn't it?
Okay. I can call and get, like, there's one more permit that's maybe 2.5 weeks old that we've obtained.
Well, and
2.5 weeks or less.
I spoke to the building official, Peter Ringel, and he said there are no permits for that property.
Okay, I could double check.
because if you
What?
had the permits, do you have a permit?
I do not have the permits in hand, no.
Applications, you have a copy of your application?
No, I could get them from the assistant at the office.
For the special magistrate.
No, I don't have it.
Well, regardless, this is an alarming case. I appreciate the request for additional time, but I cannot agree to that. I do find proper notice in this case with the notice documentation in the file, and the property manager is present here at the hearing. You know, based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. This is clearly a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I will require immediate compliance, which I understand, or $250 per day until compliance is achieved. But I'm not even sure what this looks like. I mean, I to the extent that I have authority, I would authorize the city to enter the property, abate the violations, and assess those costs. I don't know if that means shutting the businesses down. I don't know if that means pulling wires out. I don't know what that means, but the description of what's going on there is a bit alarming. I would be afraid to go to work, quite frankly. So I mean, to the extent I can authorize you to do whatever you need to do, I do so. So I implore you to get this thing fixed immediately. This just sounds like a horrible accident waiting to happen. I understand it's been going on for a couple of years and you've been lucky, but I would hate to see this go the wrong way. So I will sign that order. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paperwork from.
You'll get an order, yes, sir.
Okay.
It'll be mailed.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to be prepared after the hearing.
Okay.
You do understand?
I understand, yeah.
Immediately,
I understand. I'll speak with the owner right away.
yeah, $250 a day starting today. Should have shut the building down.
I'll speak with the owner and get everything on it. But we've been taking the steps after I spoke to you on the phone, and when it was brought to my attention, I immediately started looking into everything. So I do appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. You guys have a good day.
Did you say that was the last?
That was the last
Do we
respondent.
need to take a break or
That's up to you, sir.
pushing on?
It's up to you.
I'm good to keep going. I don't.
Okay. Yes, we're, let's push on.
Let's rip through. Okay, let's.
We'll finish you. Okay, so we're on page 13, item number 34, case number 20-2265. Case number is 210 South Dixie Highway. Property owner is Osborne Inc. Fire Inspector Del Rossi.
I'm sorry, tell me again.
I'm sorry, that is page 13, item number 34.
13, item 34. Got it. Okay.
Inspector Nicole Del Rossi, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, and the property is 210 South Dixie Highway. I did the initial inspection, 3/19/2020. Cited them for addressing the building. It's too small, needs to be 8 inches. All units, front unit numbers on the front and back doors need to be installed. And then there's meters need to be labeled. Electrical meters need to be labeled on the building. There is a marquee sign that at the subway that has some exposed electrical wiring. You have pictures of that. Also, they need to post the address on the marquee sign as well. And then I couldn't gain access to, let me see. I couldn't gain access to 2 of the units. I still have not gained access to those units. And Subway had some violations. A lock on a back door, fire extinguisher not accessible, a few of those things, those still have not been corrected. I've been to the property 3/19, 6/2, 8/25, and then I was just there and retook pictures confirming the violations were still there January 21st. And none of the violations have been corrected.
Do any of these rise to the level of life safety, threat, health, safety, welfare kind of concern?
No, the biggest concern is the addressing, that they're very small. So if we do get a call there, it's going to be very difficult for our units to respond to the building without passing it. Right now, that's my biggest concern. And then if there is an issue getting those electrical meters labeled, so if something happens there, we know what is, goes to everything.
And what remedy do you want on this case?
I would say the violations corrected. It's been going on since March. Haven't had no contact with the property owners, and every time I've been there, I've sent them certified notices. They've signed for them. They just don't seem to want to take care of it. So I'd say have them fix it immediately. And I don't know if it's to the 250 a day is fine, but I just don't know if they're going to respond at all.
Okay. I will find proper notice. I will find property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to allow 30 days for compliance on these violations, and then thereafter I will I will impose daily fines of $250 per day until compliance is achieved.
Next is page 15, item number 36, case number 20-2285. Property address is 220 South Dixie Highway. Property owner is Osborne Inc. Fire Inspector Del Rossi.
Fire Inspector Del Rossi, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, 210 South Dixie Highway. Basically the same, it's the same property owners, buildings right next door. Addresses on the building, labeling the meters, and proper unit numbers, same exact dates. Gone there several times and no violations have been corrected.
Okay. Looks like you have you have your certified mail green cards for those. So I will find proper notice in this case. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll allow 30 days for compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $250 per day until compliance is achieved. And I am awarding administrative costs on all of these cases payable no later than the compliance deadline. That goes for this case, the previous case. Any that I didn't say it, I am ordering the administrative costs. I think the city's entitled to that by law. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you next time.
Okay, we're going to page.
Sorry.
We're going to page 12, item 32, case number 20-773. This piggybacks off of fires. It's the same property, 220 South Dixie Highway. Property case name is Osborne Inc. and Code Manager Robinson.
Presenting this case, Co-Manager Robinson, presenting this case for Officer Karen Stokes. Case number is 20773, owner Osborne Inc. Address 5155 Northwest 57th Terrace, Gainesville, Florida. Property address 220 South Dixie Highway, Lake Worth Beach. Violations, property was found in violations, and the violations include LWCO 14-32. The owner needs an approved City of Lake Worth Beach business license. LWCO 1435, owner needs an approved use and occupancy inspection. LWCO 23.5-1, owner needs to remove an old sign over Unit 1 and remove any and all illegal signage on the property. Property re-inspected on March 17, 2020. Property was also re-inspected again by myself on January 19, 2021. The former notice of violation was issued on 2/13/2020 by certified mail, and again on September 23rd, 2020. Certified mail was received on February 18th, 2020, and again on September 28th, 2020. Certified mail, the property was also posted on February 28th, 2020. Due to COVID-19, the case was postponed and has had numerous re-inspections, to include the most recent re-inspection on January 19th. Photographs have been submitted for your review. There has been no personal contact with the owner. The city is recommending the property be in compliance by March 1st, 2021, or fines of $100 per day, and administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by March 1st, 2021.
All right, thank you. I've reviewed the file. I've heard the testimony. I do find proper notice. Based on the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation, require the respondent to comply with outstanding violations no later than March 1st of 2021. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. The city is also awarded administrative costs in the amount of $425.29 payable no later than March 1st.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and then now we're going to hear all of Officer Thomas's cases.
Okay.
Starting on page 1.
Starting on page 1.
What are we doing first? Starting at the beginning. Item number 1, case number 06-70188. This is a public request for a lien reduction. Property address is 1523 North J Terrace. Case name is Daniel Rayburg. The new owner is Jen's Property, 1523 North J Terrace. Officer Thomas.
Got it.
Okay, so stipulated agreement for lien reduction. I'm Officer Thomas, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance, case number 06-70188. This is for Jen's Property, 1523 North J Terrace LLC, the owner. Lien existing on the property totals $689,400. And owner agrees to pay $13,872.09 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $13,872.09. And owner agrees to make payment by March 1st, 2021. If the special magistrate does not agree with the amount stipulated in this agreement, the case will be reset to a new hearing date. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $689,400 shall be reinstated.
All right, I've reviewed the documents. I'm in agreement with the stipulated agreement, and I'll ratify, affirm it, and
You use the 300% rule because it's less than 10%.
Oh, yes, for this case, I did use the 300% rule as listed in our code of ordinances. Because there are 3 cases on this property.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
I meant to do
Because it's
that.
less than the 10%. Next is case number 17-2031. It's a public request for a lien reduction. Property address is 1523 North J Terrace. Case name is Daniel Rayberg. New owner is Gen Property, 1523 North J Terrace. Officer Thomas, and it's a stipulated agreement.
Officer Thomas, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance, case number 17-2031. Property location 1523 North J Terrace LLC. The lien existing on the property totals $55,125. An owner agrees to pay $13,872.09 to settle and release the lien. The city recommends to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $13,872.09, and owner agrees to make payment by March 1st. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $55,125 shall be reinstated.
Okay, I've reviewed the stipulated agreement for lien reduction. I approve, affirm it, and ratify it.
Next is case number 18-4475, public request for a lien reduction. Address is 1523 North J Terrace. Case name is Daniel Rayberg. New owner is Jen's Property, 1523 North J Terrace. Officer Thomas, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Thomas, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance, case number 18-4475. Property location 1523 North J Terrace. The lien existing on the property totals $38,500. An owner agrees to pay $13,872.09 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $13,872.09, and owner agrees to make payment by March 1st, 2021. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $38,500 shall be reinstated.
Okay, I've reviewed the stipulated agreement. I agree and approve it.
Next is case number 17-1173. It's a public request for a lien reduction. Property address is 121 Auburn Drive. Case name is Patrick N. Hercules. The new owner is FP Coastal Properties Trust, Officer Thomas, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement. And this is one of 2 cases on the same property, or one of 2.
Same address.
Yeah, on the same.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Officer Thomas, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance, case number 17-1173. Property address is 121 Auburn Drive. The lien existing on the property totals $44,500, and owner agrees to pay $500 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $500, and owner agrees to make payment by March 5th, 2021. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $4,500 shall be reinstated.
I have reviewed the stipulated agreement. I agree and approve.
Next is page 2, number 19-1382. It's a public request for a lien reduction. Case address is 121 Auburn Drive. Case name is Patrick Hercules. The new owner is FP Coastal Properties Trust, Officer Thomas, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Thomas, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance, case number 19-1382. Property address 121 Auburn Drive. The lien existing on the property totals $27,125. An owner agrees to pay $2,080.84 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $2,080.84, and owner agrees to make payment by March 5th, 2021. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $27,125 shall be reinstated.
Okay, I've reviewed the stipulated agreement for lien reduction and I agree and approve.
Next, we're going to go to page 10 of the agenda, item number 26, case number 20-30. Property address is 702 North J Street. Property owner is Marcia Venice Barrett, Officer Thomas, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance, Officer Thomas, case number 20-30. The property address is 702 North J Street. The owner is granted until March 31st, 2021 to obtain compliance as specified in the Exhibit A. Owner understands and agrees that she will not be entitled to an extension of time to correct the violations and agrees that she will not request same. If the owner does not correct the violations and bring the property into compliance with the code sections cited in Exhibit A by the date set forth in Section 3 above, a fine of $75 per day will be assessed, beginning on the date set forth in Section 3 above. The fine to be imposed will become a lien on the property where the violation exists and upon any other real or personal property of the violator owner.
Fence permit and garage conversion.
Correct.
Okay, I've reviewed the stipulated agreement and I agree and approve.
Thank you.
Okay, and just for the record, I'm also going to call the ones that she's complied or rescheduled. So item number 27, case number 20-628, case address 623 North K Street, property owner Addison K. Mullen is complied. Item 28, case number 20-883, property address of 1705 North M Street, property owner is O'Day Enterprises LLC, Officer Thomas. That has been rescheduled to the February 25th hearing. Item 29, case number 20-969, property address of 1717 North L Street. Property owner is 1717 Lake Worth LLC, Officer Thomas, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Thomas, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance, case number 20-969. Property address 1717 North L Street. The owner is granted until April 28th, 2021 to obtain compliance as specified in Exhibit A. Owner understands and agrees that he will not be entitled to an extension of time to correct the violations and agree that if he agrees that he will not request the same. If the owner does not correct the violations and bring the property into compliance with the code sections cited in Exhibit A by the date set forth in Section 3 above, a fine of $250 per day will be assessed beginning on the date set forth in Section 3 above. The fine to be imposed will become a lien on the property where the violations exist and upon any other real or personal property of the violator owner. The following additional conditions and/or exceptions shall apply to this stipulated agreement. Please make sure any and all permits have a final inspection and get closed, and all violations get complied before you schedule the use and occupancy inspection. Please call 561-586-1782 to schedule your use and occupancy inspection. This inspection must pass in order to obtain your business license.
Okay, I have reviewed the stipulated agreement and I agree and approve.
Okay, thank you very much.
We're going to go back to page 2, item number 6, case number 02-30127. This is a public request for a lien reduction. Property address is 413 South F Street. Case name was Eva Laprador. The new owner is Patriot Place Properties LLC. Officer Clinton Bush. They've entered into a stipulated agreement, and she does have another reduction on the same property.
I see. Thank you.
Officer Clinton Bush, previously sworn. This is a stipulated agreement for a lien reduction, case number 02-30127 for Eva G. Latterberry and the property owners Patriot Properties LLC and Jeffrey Waycott, who's the owner or agent. There is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 413 South F Street for the violations that are now all in compliance. The owner has otherwise met all requirements of sections 2-69.3, 2-69.3.1 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the reduction of the code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totals $15,500, and the owner agrees to pay $1,550 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $1,550 and that the owner agrees to make this payment by February 25th, 2021. If the special magistrate does not agree with the amount stipulated in this agreement, the case will be reset to a new hearing. In such event, the city shall give the owner no less than 5 days' notice of the new hearing date. If the city does not receive payment set forth, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $15,500 shall be reinstated.
Thank you. I've reviewed the stipulated agreement for lien reduction and I agree and approve.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Next is case number 16-1071. This is public request for a lien reduction. Property address of 413 South F Street. The new owner is Patriot Place Properties LLC. Officer Clinton Bush, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Clinton Bush previously sworn stipulated agreement for a lien reduction for the owner Eva Latterberry and the property owners Patriot Place Properties LLC and Jeffrey Waycott, owner and agent. This case is for the property located at 413 South F Street. The property is free of all outstanding debts due to the city and has met the requirements of sections 2-69.3, 2-69.3.1 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the reduction of the code enforcement liens. The liens existing on the property totals $123,700. The owner agrees to pay $12,370 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $12,370, and the owner agrees to make the payment by February 25th, 2021. If the special magistrate does not agree with the amount stipulated in the agreement, the case will be reset to a new hearing date. In such event, the city will give the owner no less than 5 days. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $123,700 shall be reinstated.
Thank you. I have reviewed the stipulated agreement for lien reduction. I agree and approve.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Next is item number 8, case number 09-1102. It's a public request for a lien reduction. Property address is 326 South D Street. Case name is Euphornia Diaz. New owner is Leah and Ranny LLC. Officer Clinton Bush, and this is one of 2 on the same property. I'm sorry?
Address.
326 South D Street, case number 09-1102.
This is a different file, right?
I was moving too fast, sorry.
That's all right.
09-1102.
Thank you. Officer Clinton Bush previously sworn this is a stipulated agreement for the lien reduction for Sabrina Diaz in the city of Lake Fork Beach. We've entered into agreement with the property owners, Ina Tispesco, Leah and Rainey LLC owner or agent for the owner of the property described below, hereinafter referred to as the owner. The person executed the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement. And there is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 326 South D Street, and that the violations are now in compliance. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city. Owner has otherwise met all the requirements of sections 2-69.3, 2-69.3.1 of the City Codes of Ordinances. The lien existing on the property totals $193,850, and the owner agrees to pay $18,885 to settle and release the lien. The city will
will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $18,885 and the owners agree to make the payment by April 1st, 2021. If the special magistrate does not agree with the amount stipulated in the agreement, the case will be reset to a new hearing date. In such event, the city shall be giving the owner no less than 5 days notice for the new hearing, and if the city does not receive the payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement will be null and void with no further actions to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $193,850 shall be reinstated, sir.
All right, thank you. I've reviewed the stipulated agreement for lien reduction. It is agreed and approved.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Next is case number 14-1304, public request for a lien reduction, case number 326 South D Street. Case name was Fishman Investment LLC. New owner is Leah and Randy LLC, Officer Clinton Bush, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Clinton Bush, previously sworn with the City of Lakewood Beach Code compliance. This is stipulated agreement for a lien reduction for the owners Fishman Investment LLC. New owners are Leah and Rainey LLC. The owner or agent for the property described. The person executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into the agreement. And there is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 326 South D Street, where the violations are now in compliance. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city, and the owner has otherwise met all the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's Code of Ordinances. The lien existing on the property totals $209,100, and the owner agrees to pay $20,173 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $20,173, and the owner agrees to make the payment by April 1st, 2021. If the special magistrate does not agree with the amount, the agreement in this case will be reset to a new hearing. In such event, the city shall give the owner no less than 5 days notice for the hearing. If the city does not receive the payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $209,100 will be reinstated.
All right, thank you. I have reviewed the stipulated agreement for lien reduction. It is agreed to and approved.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Next is page 4, item 10, case number 17-2582. It's a public request for a lien reduction. Property address is 407 South Lakeside Drive. Property owner is Crouching Tiger Dragon Investment. Officer Clinton Bush, they've entered into a stipulated agreement, and this is one of two for the same property.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Officer Clinton Bush, previously sworn, we've entered into a stipulated agreement for the lien reduction for Crouching Tiger Dragon Investment. The person executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement. There is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 407 South Lakeside Drive. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city and administrative costs. Owner has otherwise met all the requirements of sections 2-69.3, 2-69.3.1 of the city's Code of Ordinances relating to the reduction of the code enforcement lien. The lien existing on the property totals $61,200, and owner agrees to pay to a reduction of $0 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $0. If all the conditions of the stipulated agreement are met upon the request of the owner, the city shall issue and release a lien executed by the mayor and/or city clerk and owner. They did produce receipts. That's how we get to the $0.
Then I have reviewed the stipulated agreement, and for lien reduction, it is agreed to and approved.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Next is case number 18-291. It's a public request for a lien reduction. Property address of 407 South Lakeside Drive. Property owner is Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon Investment. Officer Clinton Bush, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Clinton Bush, previously sworn. This is a stipulated agreement for a lien reduction for the owner's Crouching Tiger Hidden Investment. The person executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into the agreement. There's a code enforcement lien on the property located at 407 South Lakeside Drive. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city and also the administrative costs. The owner has otherwise met all the requirements of sections 2-69.3, 2-69.3.1 of the city's Code of Ordinances relating to the reduction of the code enforcement lien. The lien existing on the property totals $144,200, and the owner agrees to the reduction of $0 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered, reducing the lien to $0. If all the conditions of the stipulated agreement are met upon the request by the owner, the city shall issue a release of lien executed by the mayor and the city clerk to the owner.
Thank you. I have reviewed the stipulated agreement for lien reduction. It is agreed to and approved.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Item number 12, case number 18-3544. The case address is 1118 North K Street. Property owner was Susan and Shane George. That has been rescheduled to the February 25th hearing. Next is page 5, item number 13, case number 19-1457. It's a public request for a lien reduction. Property address is 209 North Dixie Highway. Property owner is 209 Lake Worth LLC, Officer Clinton Bush, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Clinton Bush, previously sworn. This is a stipulated agreement for a lien reduction hearing for 209 Lake Worth LLC. The property owners, Jean Jacques Sarkisian, is the owner or agent for the property described above. The person executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement. There is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 209 North Dixie Highway, where all the violations are now in compliance. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city and all administrative costs. Owner has otherwise met the requirements of sections 2-69.3, 2-69.3.1 of the city's Code of Ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totals $14,300, and the owner agrees to pay $1,430 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $1,430, and the owner agrees to make the payment by February 25th, 2021. If the special magistrate does not agree with the amounts in the stipulated agreement, the case will be reset to a new hearing. In such event, the city shall give the owner no less than 5 days' notice of the new hearing.
All right, I have reviewed the stipulated agreement for lien reduction. It is agreed to and approved.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Next, we're going to go to page 19, item number 46, case number 19-3321. Property address is 414 North G Street. Property owner is Pumpkin Seed Properties LLC, Officer Clinton Bush.
All right.
Thank you. Officer Clinton Bush, previously sworn. This case number is 19-03321, Pumpkin Seed Properties LLC, where the address is 414 North G Street, and the mailing address is 10790 Denali Road in Boynton Beach, Florida, 33472. This came across as a complaint. We issued a formal notice of violation and notice of hearing on October 24th, 2019, and also again on September 24th, 2020. The certified mail was received on September 28th, 2020. The property was posted for both notices, one October 29th, 2019, and the other on January 8th, 2021 for the hearing today. There are photographs of the property that has been taken. Those photographs are a clear and accurate representation of what I witnessed. I have had one encounter with the owner. Once we initiated the case in the beginning, I have not heard from him since. And at this time, the property is still in violation of the following Code of Ordinances. Liquor Code of Ordinances 14-7, all local business tax receipts issued shall be renewed prior to September 30th. Liquor Code of Ordinances 12-38, lots and land nuisances to cut mow all overgrowth, creating a nuisance and blighting influence. Liquor Code of Ordinances 12-7, dumpster requirements for the dumpster and the dumpster enclosure. Liquor Code of Ordinances 2-75.9, and that's our landscaping ordinances to maintain the landscaping there. Lakeworth Code of Ordinances 2-75.6.2 to repair driveway approach and driveway areas. Permits may be required, and to contact the building department. And then our Lakeworth Code of Ordinances 23.2-21 to apply for, obtain, finalize, and close all permits for the driveway approach in the driveway. At this time, the city recommendation of time is to have it complied by February 25th, 2021, or a fine of $200 per day, and administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by February 25th, 2021.
All right, thank you. I do find proper notice with the documentation contained in the file. I do find, based on the testimony and the evidence, that the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, require the respondent to comply no later than February 25th of 2021. Thereafter, daily fines of $200 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. The city is awarded its administrative costs of $425.29 payable no later than February 25th.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Next is item 47, case number 19-4165. Property address is 1319 Lucerne Avenue. Property owner is FYR SFR Borrower LLC, Officer Clinton Bush, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Clinton Bush with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance, previously sworn. This is a violation stipulated agreement. This is agreement with the owner, FYR SFR Borrow LLC. This person signed the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into the stipulation and bind and respect the parties to the terms and conditions. The violations that exist on the property located at 1319 Lucerne Avenue, Lake Worth Beach, Florida, are attached as Exhibit A. And those violations that exist at the property includes Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 12-17, the storage and accumulation of garbage. Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 14-32 and 14-35 to apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license and a use and occupancy and inspection and obtain a use and occupancy inspection approval. Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 2-75.6.2 are general requirements to repair damaged wood in porch areas, to repaint the porch railing, repair hole in the shower ceiling, repair kitchen sink, repair the gutter on the porch. Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 2-75.9, and that's our landscaping ordinance to maintain the landscaping.
Thank you. I have the stipulated agreement in front of me. I just note my copy does not have your signature on it, so.
Okay.
But otherwise, it is reviewed and approved.
Can I give the time? Did I grant the time? I'm not sure if I did the time. Did I say the time?
I didn't get the time.
Special Magistrate, if we could go back just for a moment, I just wanted to be sure that I added to the record that the owner is granted until March 31st, 2021 to obtain compliance as specified in Exhibit A. And the owner understands and agree that if he or she does not, will not be entitled to any extension of time to the correction of the violation, agrees that he or she will request the same. And that if the owner does not correct the violations, that a fine of $200 per day will be assessed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Page 20, item 48, case number 20-335, address 514 Southeast Coast is complied. Item 49, case number 20-490, property address of 319 North F Street is complied. Item number 50, case number 20-738, property address is 516 North E Street. Property owner is Lawrence Feldman, Officer Clinton Bush, and he's entered into a stipulated agreement.
Thank you.
Officer Clinton Bush previously sworn. This is a stipulated agreement for a repeat violation. The City of Lake Worth and Palm Properties LLC, where Lawrence Feldman is the new owner of the property. The person signing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into the stipulation, and that the violation existed on the property located at 516 North East Street in Lake Worth Beach, Florida. The code violations for this sections were Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 12-38, Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 23.6-1, Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 23.6-1, and that was from February 4th, 2020 to March 4th of 2020. And that said violations were repeat violations. The order should be attached there for you. And that the owner is now in compliance with the code sections, that the owner agrees to the payment of $2,800 for the repeat violations that occurred from 2020, February 4 to March 4, 2020, and that by signing the stipulated agreement, the owner agrees that all procedural due process rights relative to the case are hereby waived, and the owner recognizes that this stipulated agreement and order on the stipulated agreement may be recorded in public records. If the terms of this agreement are met, that the city shall release the fines on the property.
All right, I have reviewed the stipulated agreement for repeat violation, reviewed the code enforcement statement of repeat violation and notice of hearing. I do approve.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Next is, we're going to page 21. Item number 51, case number 20-818. Property address is 419 South E Street. Property owner is Maria Prouse, LLC. Officer Clinton Bush.
Officer Clinton Bush previously sworn with case number 20-0818 for Maria Prouse, LLC, and the address of the property at 419 South East Street. The mailing address is 15046 Hamlin Boulevard in Loxahatchee, Florida, 33470. This property came across as a complaint. The violations that were found at the property at the time were Lake Grove Code of Ordinances 15-39, abandoned vehicles, Lake Grove Code or abandoned property, which included vehicles, Lake Grove Code of Ordinances 14-35 for use and occupancy inspection, Lake Grove Code of Ordinances 2-75.9 for landscaping. The landscape must be maintained. Lake Grove Code of Ordinances 23.4-7, parking lot maintenance. Lake Grove Code of Ordinances 23.4-19 for all outdoor storage. Lake Grove Code of Ordinances 12-18 for areas being free of garbage, trash, and debris. Lake Grove Code of Ordinances 2-75.6.2, and that's our general requirement section, removing all board shutters from windows and all window AC units being installed according to manufacturer, and all units installed directly into the wall requiring a permit possibly. I have had contact with the owner and she indicated that she is working on the issues there. However, the city is recommending the time for compliance to be February 25th, 2021, or a fine of $75 per day, with the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by February 25th, 2021.
All right, thank you. I've reviewed the file. The city has proper notice. In this case, based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation, allow the respondent until February 25th, 2021 to comply with the outstanding violations. Thereafter, daily fines of $75 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. I will award the city its administrative costs of $425.29, which are also due no later than February 25th.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Okay. No. Item number 52, case number 20-882, property address is 1207 Lake Avenue. That has complied. Item 53, case number 20-1055, property address of 123 South B Street is complied. Page 22, item number 54, case number 14-576. This is a vacate of an order. Case property address is 410 North A Street, Officer Clinton Bush.
Officer Clinton Bush with the City of Lake Grove Beach Code Compliance Division, previously sworn. This is asking for an order of vacating the orders. The city has requested to vacate finding recorded at Official Records Book 26912, pages 550 to 551, and filed on July 11, 2014. As the owner homesteaded the property, the warranty deed still remains as such. Unfortunately, I believe the bank may have filed for a deed previously. Property appraisal record shows the same owner, and our utility records is such.
All right, and it's the city's request that the order be vacated at this time.
Yes, sir.
I've reviewed the proposed order. And I will execute and approve.
Thank you, Special Magistrate. And I believe that is it for Ms. Clinton Bush. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go back to, thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Have a good one. Page 6. Number 16, case number 20-369, property address of 3550 23rd Avenue South is complied. And now we'll just wait for Mr. Hicks. Here he is. We're on page 7, item number 17. Case number 20-390, property address of 3694 23rd Avenue South. Property owner is Daniel Hyatt and William H. Sneed, Officer Hicks, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Good afternoon, Bobby Hicks, City of Lake Worth Beach. City of Lake Worth Beach versus Daniel Hyatt. Mr. Hyatt has entered into a stipulated agreement for the property located at 3694 23rd Avenue South, Lake Worth. The owner is granted until February 26th of 2021 to obtain compliance as specified in Exhibit A. Owner understands and agrees that he is and will not be entitled to an extension of time if the violations are not complied. If the owner does not correct the violation, it brings the property into compliance with the code section cited in Exhibit A by the date set forth in Section 3, a fine of $150 a day will be assessed, beginning on the date set forth in Section 3 above.
Just so that I'm clear, Exhibit A is the
3 violation
narrative. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Got it. I have reviewed the stipulated agreement and I approve, and just note your signature is still missing. So sign off on that, but otherwise it's approved.
Case 18, item 18, case number 20-413. Property address of 3551 23rd Avenue South is complied. Page 8, item number 20, case number 20-574. Property address is 2202 7th Avenue North. Property owner is Arab Lynn Industrial Complex, LLC, Officer Hicks, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Thank you. Hicks, City of Lake Worth Beach versus Gabriel Lynn Industrial. This entered into a stipulated agreement for a property located at 2202 7th Avenue North, Lake Worth Beach. The owner is granted until March 29th of 2021 to obtain compliance and specified in Exhibit A. Owner understands that he will not be entitled to an extension of time to correct the violations and agrees that he will not request time. That if the owner does not correct the violations and brings the property to compliance within code section cited in Exhibit A by the date set forth in Section 3 above, a fine of $200 per day will be assessed beginning on the date set forth in Section 3 above. The fine to be imposed will become a lien on the property where the violation exists and upon any other real property, personal property of the violator owner.
Okay, I've reviewed the stipulated agreement, including Exhibit A. I approve and accept the agreement.
Okay, page 9, item 22, case number 20-669, property address of 1913 Moore Drive has complied. And then if you'll get Sue Ella. We're going to page 16 now. Item number 39, case number 19-4115, property address of 813 South H Street has complied. Item 40, case number 19-4147, property address of 820 South D Street has complied. Okay, page 17, item 42, case number 20-188, property address of 925 South Pine Street. Property owner is CLS Marketing Group, Inc., Officer Turek.
Sue Elatori for the City of Lake Worth, Code Enforcement. Case number 2188, owner CLS Marketing Group, Inc. Address PO Box 9443, Fort Lauderdale. Property location 925 South Pine Street. The violations are as follows. 1432, apply and obtain the Lake Worth business license. 1435, to call and schedule and pass the required use and occupancy inspection. 23-2-21, apply, obtain, finalize, and close permits for windows. 12-17, trash bins cannot be seen from street view. They need to be placed out of public view. 12-18, remove all trash and debris from around the property. 2-75.6.2, to remove damaged wood fence, repair chain link fence or remove wood on windows. This case was initiated on 1/9/20. Formal notice was also turned in 1/9/20. The property has had an extension from 1/9/20 to 1/28/21. I re-inspected the property on the 5th and yesterday. I've had phone calls with the owner. The recommendation of time is 60 days, which will bring that to 3/29/21. Are we doing that, or 28th, was it? I had said 3/29/21.
The other was April, though.
Okay, so this is fine. 3/29/21 at a cost of $150 per day if it's not complied within the 2 months, and also have the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid within the 60 days as well, which is 3/29/21.
Thank you. I have reviewed the file. I find that the city has proper notice. I find based on the testimony and the evidence that the property remains in violation as cited, I will accept the city's recommendation, allow the respondent until March 29th of 2021 to bring the outstanding violations into compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. City is also awarded its administrative costs of $425.29 payable no later than March 29th.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am.
Item number 43, case number 20-598, property address of 607 South C Street is complied. Page 18, item 44, case number 20-776, property address of 1420 South C Street has been rescheduled to the March 25th hearing. We are going to go to page 22, item number 55. Case number 19-3476. This is a request to vacate a previous order under the case address of 427 South H Street, property owner 423 South H Street LLC, code manager Robinson.
Yes, 427 South H Street, H as in Henry Street. We're just requesting that the order be vacated.
Okay. What is that request?
See the file?
Yeah, I need to see the, I'll sign off on the order, but I have the order vacating. In this case, I will approve that and sign off.
Next is item number 56, case number 19-4246. It's a request to vacate a previous order for case address 401 8th Avenue South. Property owner was David Morrison, code manager Robinson.
And that case is being presented for vacate, special magistrate.
Okay, I have the order, proposed order vacating. I've reviewed that. I will approve that and sign off.
Next is item 57, case number 15-1799. This is case address 912 South J Street, property owner Carlos Barrios. This is a request to vacate an order.
Again, co-manager Robinson, we're requesting that the order be vacated.
I have the order, the proposed order. I've reviewed it. It appears to be in order. I will sign off on that.
Next is item 58, case number 15-1802. Case address is 920 South J Street. Property owner Carlos Barrios. And again, we're requesting to vacate the previous order.
Me, Yolanda Robinson, requesting to vacate.
I have the proposed order. I've reviewed it. It is approved and I sign off.
Then I had one amendment to the agenda that I probably should have said at the very beginning, where it states scheduled authorization of foreclosure cases. It should have read ratification of lien reduction cases. There are 17 pages of lien reductions that were granted during the COVID-19 and under the administrative order were signed off by the city manager, and we just need you to ratify those.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Then I believe you can adjourn us.
Anything else to do?
No, sir,
Today?
that was it.
All right, it is 1:39 and we stand adjourned.
We're still on camera.